Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of LAM Live. By my records, 45th one since last year. What can I say? Lean into something, you do a lot of it if you're not careful. So, what's all this about, I hear you say? Well, first of all, here is our mission statement. LAM Live is a series of live streams for kink-positive consenting adults during UK lockdown, providing a place for those that can't connect with our community to share some space during these difficult times. We try and broadcast as much content as we can, but unfortunately we are subject to occasional takedowns. I'll give you a hint. If you're listening today, you probably want to be on the YouTube stream. That seems to be a little bit more stable than Facebook, but you know what? You pays your money, you take your choice, it's costing you nothing. Personally, if you want an uninterrupted experience, port yourself across to YouTube, sit down in front of the comfort of your smart TV, wrap yourself in a duvet, because it's a little bit cold out there. So what's going on today? So here's the schedule. At 1 o'clock, we've got our newbie introduction. 2 o'clock, we're going across to the Kink Shrink for Healthy Mental Practices Live. At 3 o'clock, we've got a book reading from Zach of Dirty Sexy Words, something for the littles this week. And then at 3:30, some comedy with the Kinky Life Coach. At 4 o'clock, a workshop from me, why kink is less binary than it first appears. And then at 5 o'clock, some updates and messages to take you through to what's going on. Now, just a quick reminder, there are going to be a series of adverts that pop up throughout the live stream. They're generally from the stalls that help and sponsor and support the event. So please consider clicking on them, visiting them, sending them a message, etc., particularly during these difficult times. The good news at the moment, there's no food concession. We're not meeting in person, so you don't have to worry about Hanshi 57 sneaking his way through the bottom of your bucket of popcorn. In fact, you know what? Bit of good news on that score. Him and Mother both had their first jabs the other week and both doing well. So I think despite the fact of claims of the Rogue's demise earlier in the year, he's very much with us, and we're looking forward to seeing his chipper cheeky face at future events.
Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question, but a lesson learned in time. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind. Hang it on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos of memories and dancing on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life.
And don't forget, almost forgot to turn the mic on there. Don't forget, our next LAM Bond draw is going to be occurring at about 5 o'clock today. What are the bonds? Well, to help reduce our cash burn during lockdown, we're offering Price increase protected tickets to daytime events. So for just £5, you get yourself a daytime entry ticket from second event onwards, and they're redeemable for 18 months. At the end of 18 months, if you still got one and you want to convert it to LAM cash, not a problem. Simple as that. Basically, this helps us reduce our cash burn during this difficult time, because even when our doors are closed, our expenses are in the region of about £750 a month. You know what? We've all been closed a little bit longer than we thought. We've done our best to insulate ourselves against the costs, but at this rate, there is going to have to be an increase moving forward. So if you want to protect yourself against that, all you need to do is get yourself a bond. It's as simple as that.
Hello, this is Daisy from Daisy's Floggers. I've been trading for around 6 years now. I sell mostly floggers and whips and plus-size ladies' clothing. The whips that I trade are all made by Alpha Whips. He's based in Germany. He's my best friend, and he makes absolutely superb whips. I love what he makes. He's so creative. His colours are fantastic. The whips that he makes are really, really top-notch. My floggers are all made by hand. I select finest quality leathers. I hand turn the wood myself, and I also use really lovely shiny metal handles. I love my job. It gives me freedom of expression. It gives me freedom of time. I like being creative. I like trying to do something that nobody else is doing. I love going to the markets. I love meeting people. I don't think there is a better job for me anywhere. It's just fantastic. What's the best feedback I've ever received? Well, one night I was at a club and I was admiring a pair of floggers that a young man was using. And I asked him where he got them from. And he said he really couldn't remember. He'd been gifted them, but he could put me in touch with a really good flogger maker who he was close friends with. And after a long time waxing lyrical about this particular maker, I asked, well, who is it? And he said, Daisy. And I said, I don't know you. He said, I don't know you either. I said, yes, but I'm Daisy. It was really nice to get the compliments, and the poor young man blushed very, very red. But yes, I can make floggers. And if you have something in mind that you'd like me to make, I will make you something. It will be my pleasure. You can contact me outside of LAM either by my website, which is daisiesfloggers.com. I'm on Facebook as Daisy's Floggers. I'm on Twitter as Daisy's Floggers. I'm on Instagram as Daisy's Floggers, and I'm on FetLife as Daisy's Floggers. So you can always get hold of me one way or the other. I am around. It's just me in the business, but I do pick up the mails pretty quickly. Hopefully the website's up and running now. It's a brand new one. Had a few teething problems, but hopefully everything's working now. Otherwise, go through LAM, and one of the LAM crew will get in touch with me, and I can get back in touch with you. Thank you very much for your interest.
Are you a superhero? Are you fighting injustice in this world? Do you want to kick COVID's butt? Then grab a mask to outlast this pandemic. If you're into the themes of punk, fetish, gender fuckery, or neurodiversity, this is for you. Come, join the other misfits, freaks, and weirdos, and celebrate your own unique expression!
the shame. I know I get why you shouldn't go. Hey, let's say, hey, let's say the blame. Since I've been changed, it's been so long. And now, well, I've been waiting. I feel so wrong. Oh, and now, no, not. Everything you gotta wait for, anything, you gotta come right here. We'll come to you, and we don't care. I'm on the land, yes, babe. Your foolish face is nothing to care for, everything, you gotta come right here. You see them shine, up and turn your head. Don't think you're sexy. Tell them it's your time for me. You say you're catchy. I am the guarantee. I think you're nasty. Whatever you found me. Walking is dirty. When can you come to me? You're not so lonely. Na 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 na, yeah, yeah. Who's anything? Anything? She's anything I'm gonna wait for. Anything? I better come.
Oops. Sorry about that. A temporary moment of darkness there. As I get back onto schedule, I was just looking at my phone, and that's often when accidents happen. But there we go. So just a quick, oops, let's get the mouse to the white screen. Just a huge thank you to all those who have liked, loved, thumbs up, whatever is appropriate on the platform that you're on. Much appreciated. If you're not already a subscriber, I would wholeheartedly recommend that you do that and ring that bell for notifications, because it's going to be the best way to hear what's going on with LAM. Simple as that. Our best way of communicating with everyone at the moment is out through the live stream. So what's going on in this section? First of all, a little bit of an introduction to Kink Positive, then some messages from me, then the newbie introduction video from Phil, then the infamous Consent is Like a Cup of Tea, and then some messages from the stall and crew as we move forward and get ready for the 2 o'clock Healthy Mental Practices session. So without further ado, one of my favourite ads at the moment. If you're a fan of latex, enjoy this. So first of all, some messages from me. Number one, most importantly of all, stay safe. It's not a pleasant world out there at the moment, and we're not over the worst of it yet. Thankfully, people are being jabbed, vaccinated, getting the appropriate treatment, but it does take time to get through everyone. So remember, it's not only yourself, it's all of those that you come into contact with. So be sensible about what you do. Don't take any major risks. And remember, it's not just yourself, it's everyone you're coming into contact with. Simple answer to that is, if you can, limit your exposure, limit your contact events to the lowest possible number, because that is the best way of dealing with this. Outside of that, stay clean. It's not just about hands, face, space. You know what? Use this time to clean your toys, clean your life, clean whatever you can. Okay, because it's a productive way of using your time if you can motivate yourself to do that. Outside of that, do us a huge favor. The stalls, we can't put customers in front of them at the moment, so we need you to do your bit in helping make that happen. So either send them a simple supportive message, hi, how's it going, keep in touch, because it is very lonely if you're self-employed with this going on for this long. Share some of their content on social media. You know what, again, help expand the audience. There'll be people on your networks that might not necessarily know them and will appreciate the quality of gear that they put together. Don't forget, if you've got a birthday that's been during the lockdown, well, you know what? Put yourself down on a wish list and link through to the store's items, because again, that way you're going to get what you want at the end of the day. You're probably going to get a gift that keeps on giving. You know what? What's better than giving toys? Let's face it. If you are shopping with any of the stalls, in the comments section, leave a message, I'm not being a mug, and then we'll enter you into a free prize draw for a limited edition LAMchester mug. If you are watching along and you want to take a selfie and post it online, then all you need to do is hashtag it LAM Live, tag us in the image. We do a draw on Mondays. Again, limited edition LAMchester mugs that go out. There's also a Telegram group chat that runs throughout the lockdown. Details will come up on the screen in a couple of slides. And like always, we want the best dressed person to win appropriately. So each month, we'll anyone that we consider to be dressed in their fetish finest will enter into a draw for some prizes there. Now, something to look forward to. This is the next thing in our diary at the moment. It is up for review this week. Highly likely that we're going to have to push it back to the tail end of 2021, but it is going to happen. The hotel are committed to us. We're committed to them. We want this to be something of an annual, if not twice a year event moving forwards. Because you know what? One of the things that we've decided is life is for the living and it's meant to be enjoyed as much as possible. So we've sold about 70% of the tickets so far. Basically, it's a hotel retreat. We're taking over the whole hotel, papering out the windows and creating a really kink positive, vibrant environment. The last one of these we did back in March 2018. What a rip-roaring success that was. Absolute riot. We got snowed into the hotel. A lot worse than it was today. But you know what? That created a magical atmosphere. A lot of growth went on, some amazing workshops, and people grew in general because it was an opportunity to really express themselves. So expect a lot more immersive stuff going on as soon as we're able to do. In fact, we have some awesome plans for as soon as it's safe to start doing events again. And we've got some stuff that's been on the cards for years and years where people have said, you know what, we really do want to make that happen as soon as possible. They've committed to us. We'll work with them. We'll see what we can do. So outside of that, what's going on? This is the schedule at the moment. So on first Sundays of the month and fourth Sundays of the month, there's going to be a long edition to replace the LAM and LAMchester events to make sure that you're not missing out on all that goodness. On the second, third, and occasional fifth Saturdays of the month, then we're going to come at you with a quickie edition. 12:30 till 4:30, just the basics. Get you through the week. Make sure that you know what day of the week it is as much as anything. Another thing to look forward to, well, that's got to be for you latex lovers. Next Sunday for Valentine's, get your shine on. We're going to have a latex special. We've put a shout out to people all over the place. You know what? If there's a designer that you think needs a little bit of support at this time, doesn't matter even if they're one of our stall holders, get in touch. We're looking at integrating and reflecting as many people as possible, and we're always interested in sharing content. So come back and see us for that one next Sunday. We're going to do our best to make it as shiny as possible. Bit later today, somewhere after 5 o'clock, we're going to be doing a bond draw. What are the bonds? Well, this is how we're reducing our cash burn during lockdown. We're offering fixed price tickets to daytime entry from second event onwards. And you know what? If you don't use that bond within 18 months, you can always convert it into LAM cash. That's good on the door, good on the bar, good with all of the stalls, as simple as that. So details up on the screen there, and I'll try and copy some of these into the feed as we go through. If you are looking for a social today, looking for a group to chat with, then there is the Jitsi chat that runs, and that runs parallel wherever we are live, and the details are going to go into the feed in a second. Let me just click the right button on the studio so that everyone gets this at once. Oops, that's not the information that I wanted to be copied. Let me just pick it up one more time. That's the joy of having all of these screens in the studio. Getting your mouse to go from one to the next can seem like it's a marathon, a little bit like 2020 back with 2021. But there we go. I've made it now. There's the details, and I'm going to highlight one of those and put it up on the screen as well. So there's the details for the chat for there. And speaking of awesome things that have come about this year, one of the stalls that have joined us for the first time, Ironic Crafts, all the way down from Scotland. Some awesome people upcycling whiskey barrels into the most creative and really nice heavy-duty impact toys. And their new stuff, oh my God, talk about bright, talk about colourful. If you're a fan of the littles and you're looking for that perfect sparkly paddle to go with your outfit, then I think you need to check these guys out. I mentioned as well earlier that there is a Telegram group chat that we run throughout the UK lockdown. Detailed up on the screen there, rather than going for WhatsApp or anything like that, since everyone seems to be porting off that at the moment. Telegram is the platform that we've chosen because it's got some great security features. You don't even have to list your name, but you know what? We can still contact you because it does get linked onto the system. You know what? Great place to chat, talk to people, but like everything, if you're out there looking for people to chat to of a sexual nature, you know what? Don't just pounce on them in a private message. Speak to people in public first and foremost and establish their consent to speak to them in private. Simple as that. As I said before, we always do a selfie competition whenever LAM Live is on air. If you're watching along, doesn't matter if you're dressed up in your house pajamas, as long as you're wearing clothes, because my wife might want to share the image. Well, you know what? Any nudes you can send direct to the studio, I won't be offended. How about that? But if you do post something up on social media, hashtag it LAM Live, tag us in it, and we'll enter you into a draw on Mondays for that one.
Hello, Jed Phoenix here. I thought I'd do a little voice update about what's going to happen with the brand for 2021. For those that don't know about Jed Phoenix of London, we're an alternative leather fetish clothing company that specialises in menswear, women's wear and garments for those in between. But we're also going to expand, especially in 2021, into other items of style and fetish. It was actually Cosmic, who organises London Alternative Market, who commissioned a new rope bag to be made at the end of 2020. And this reinvigorated my desire to make Jed Phoenix of London more of a lifestyle brand rather than just a clothing brand. And as many of you know, there are plenty of people out there, mainly lamb stall holders, who make and sell the most amazing equipment, tools, floggers. When you think about going to a club, how do you transport those goodies to the club? You want to transport them in something that's safe for the toys, safe for you, and looks stylish, right? So this is something that I'm definitely looking forward to for 2021, is making more stylish tool bags and rope bags and things like that. I will, of course, still carry on making corsets. I'm so passionate about corsetry and making corsets that are for men and for women and for those in between, and that are different from the normal busk corsetry that you get. And then no doubt my mind will come up with some devious new clothing items as well to complement the corsets and also to go with the equipment bags that I intend to start designing and making. With little access to clubs and going out, it's been quite difficult to be really creative for the past few months. So if you've got any feedback, input, ideas about what you want to see from Jed Phoenix of London over the next 12 months or so, then please just get in touch. And I hope you're all safe and well and coping with this crazy, crazy world as well as possible. And I look forward to seeing you all in 2021 at some point when it's safe to do so.
Hi and welcome to LAM, such as it is. What LAM likes to do is provide you with a space, place and a time to express yourself and how you want to be within consensual bounds. We can't do that at the moment because of the quarantine, so what we're doing is a virtual LAM instead, and welcome to that. We've got a lot going on. We've got stall holders on display, we've got different forums, different rooms. We can still provide you with workshops. So we are hoping that it provides you with at least a little bit of a fix to get you through this really dark time. So if you go onto the forums, you go onto wherever you got this video from, you'll find links to Zoom for the workshops. You'll find links to stall holders. You'll find everything that we can possibly get together at the short notice that we've had to organize something like this. If you have any suggestions, if you have any comments to make on the format that might improve it, then yeah, please do let us know. LAM is very heavy on consent. We like to make sure that everyone feels like they are comfortable and like they're not going to be pressured by someone. Consent is like a cup of tea. You can offer someone a cup of tea, but they're not obliged to say yes. They can say, you know what, I don't like tea. Tea's rubbish. I want coffee. And that's fine. That's their decision. You know, they're not under any kind of social obligation to accept your tea. In the same way, you know, if someone says, oh yeah, I do want a cup of tea, there's no reason for you to say, oh, you must finish that cup of tea. They're allowed to say, actually, I'm halfway through and, oh, I don't know, it's not agreeing with me, it's not sitting with me, I didn't want it as much as I did originally. And that's fine for them too. That's totally acceptable. You can't accept a cup of tea if you're unconscious. And as one of my crewmates would rightly point out at this point, please don't be unconscious at one of our events. That's not okay. We like to give you these hints, tips when you come to LAM so that you can navigate the world of kink safely, because ultimately it's up to us to self-police it. If you come up against a problem, if you let us know, we can do something about it. If we don't know, we can't do anything about it. But we will be there to have your back. There have been times where people have violated the rules of LAM and literally been thrown out of the venue. That's hilarious, by the way. Really recommend just being a voyeur for that experience if you ever get the opportunity. But that really does bring me nicely on to the rules of LAM for when we do go there, when we do go back. First and foremost is no photography. No photos, no photos. We say no photos. When I'm there in person, I get everyone to repeat it back to me after a 1, 2, 3, because it's such an important rule. You see, if you're just taking a cheeky selfie in the toilets and someone wanders into the background, just passing by, and that photo ends up somewhere on social media, on the Twitters or Instagrams or whatever else, then, you know, someone could recognize that person in the background on there. And if they're in a caring profession, you know, if they deal with vulnerable people, they could lose their entire career. Doctors, nurses, lawyers, carers, teachers, all those people we're really relying on at the moment are really vulnerable in the kink world, and it's up to us to protect them. There are some exceptions to the photography rule. We do have crew photographers on standby. We have crew who can help you take photos if the you know, on your phone, if you want to take a photo of something, or you know, you're looking at a stall and think, I don't know if my friend wants to put this up their butt in green or in purple. We can help that. Okay, we can give you that assistance. The crew works really, really hard to get you through the day like that. We put in a lot of effort just because we want you to have the best day possible. This is new to us, so be patient, this virtual event. We hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much.
You're making them a cup of tea. Yeah. But this is doesn't mean like them. Okay. in the mind. Just to the hey, maybe the boy down. But down people around your house want you to come around he last week. They don't under consistency.
Gesetzlos und verloren. Gesetzlos und verloren. Gesetzlos und verloren. Gesetzlos und verloren. The ashes of the loud, the lawless and the lost, pushing plastic protein thrills, I never count the cost. Each your words and incantations, spoken lacerations. I repeat and I repent of leisure. Every sin I spend in pleasure. We're just the same.
Hello from Affordable Leather Products. Well, it looks like it's going to be at least a couple of months before we get to see all you lovely kinky people in person once again. But in the meantime, we haven't been idle. We've in fact been working on our new website, which is completely revised, updated, and with new software. And also in the next month or so, we're going to be adding a whole bunch of naughty, kinky, sexy, exciting new products to our range. We've also changed our domain slightly. We used to be at affordable-leather.co.uk. We're now at affordableleather.co.uk without the dash. There's various reasons for this, one of which is simply we had enough problems with people trying to find our site, and we had someone asking, they phoned up and said, we can't get onto your site. What's the problem? Well, it just won't come up. So we tried a few things and said, could you spell the address you're trying to get to? Is it affordable, D-A-S-H, leather? No. So we took the dash out just to save us the hassle of having problems like that. Anyway, everything from our old site is now on our new site, and all your old bookmarks should still be forwarded over. So hopefully everything will work fine for you. And if it doesn't, please get in touch with us, let us know, and we'll sort it out. So come and have a look at our site, come and have a look at our new products, do sign up to our email list, and don't forget we also have a YouTube channel which you can sign up for. And when we get up to 100 subscribers, if you subscribe to our YouTube channel, you can win a free LAM £5 discount voucher, which you can use off entry or any purchase at a future LAM. Well, that's all the news for now. We look forward to hearing from you, seeing you on our site, and meeting you whenever the markets happen again. Until then, stay in, stay safe, stay kinky. Visit our new, revised and updated website at www.affordableleather.co.uk.
Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Done grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question but a lesson learned in time. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind. Hang it on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos of memories and dancing on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. Something unpredictable in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Are you a superhero? Are you fighting injustice in this world? Do you want to kick COVID's butt? Then grab a mask to outlast this pandemic. If you're into the themes of punk, fetish, gender fuckery, or neurodiversity, this is for you. Come, join the other misfits, freaks, and weirdos, and celebrate your own unique expression!
Hi everyone, it's Phil again. Just want to talk to you a little bit about our traders at LAM. Traders in the kink community are a pillar that upholds the entire community. They produce and supply all of our equipment and toys. Without them, we'd be screwed. We wouldn't have anything to play with. And at this incredibly difficult time, we ask that if you can afford to, if you are in a position where you can purchase items, we are encouraging you to do so. Most of these traders are self-employed. They are not looking forward to the same benefits that most people get during this quarantine period. They are also looking at being, very, very curtailed in events they can get to, things like that. So we really want to support them, because without them, there's a hell of a lot less fun. So please have a look around, go to the trader stalls, links, go to their shops, their Etsy places. Don't be afraid to ask them questions. These people are some of the most experienced people in the kink world that I have met in my 15 years of running around and acting like a complete prat. And I love them all. They are amazing people, and we want to be able to do our best for them. Also, just a small note to say, if you see something and think, oh, that looks nice, but yeah, no, I kind of want it in blue to go with my outfit. I want it in red to go with my outfit. I want it, just ask. Most of these people make these things by hand themselves. And yes, that does mean they have a devilishly inventive imagination. So yeah, go ahead, ask them, do your thing, let them do their thing, let us do our thing. Let's stick together through this crisis. Thanks very much.
Hello everybody and welcome. If you're new here, my name is Adam and today we're going to be talking about the Absalom. But first, let's roll the clip. Roll it! If this is your first time watching, then welcome to Godmiche. Here we create, sculpt, mold and make all of our own sex toys. Toys we want to use as people, toys we want to use as a couple, toys made for the purpose of pleasure. Not to mention look there, beautiful. So if you're all like, high fives to sex toys, then subscribe to the channel and drop a like on the video. With that said, let's see this Absalom. This is the Absalom. It's been created for those people who thoroughly love the sensations of texture through penetration. What we mean by that is a texture you have to insert into the body in a thrusting motion to feel the sensations of that texture. Sounds good, doesn't it? The Absalom is perfectly cylindrical, smooth, and has a deep groove ribbing that's easy to clean, comfortable to use, and offers a large amount of texture sensation. The Absalom comes with a Godmiche octagon base that's super easy to hold and thrust, even when your hands are covered in lube. If your body loves a strong, pronounced, bumpy texture, then the Absalom was created for you. Absalom is made in a platinum grade silicone, comes with a large flared base, making it safe for anal use and harness compatibility, comes with a Godmiche lifetime guarantee, and is available in any colour imaginable, because that's the Godmiche way. You can buy the Absalom today at Godmiche and start enjoying this mind-blowing texture.
Shut up and sit down. Shut up and sit down.
Hello everybody and welcome. If you are new here, my name is Adam and today we're going to be talking about the XI. first time watching, then welcome to GodMiche. Here we create, sculpt, mold and pour all of our own sex toys. So if you're like, high fives to the old sex toys, then subscribe to the channel and drop a like on the video. With that said, let's get into it. This is the XI, and it was made to be a texture toy you play with. A texture unlike the traditional kind of texture toys you may have already seen before. So what makes the XI super special is the way in which the texture runs. So the texture runs vertically instead of horizontally. The reason for this texture going top to bottom instead of side to side is so you don't have to thrust the toy. What I mean by that is a traditional texture toy relies on thrust. The deeper you push the toy, the more the texture. You want more texture? Simply thrust faster. Let me show you. So this is what we consider a traditional texture. You get the sensation through thrusting. Want more sensation? Thrust faster. But you might not be in the mood for a sticky ticket to Pound Town. That reason is why I made the XI. The XI has been designed so you can get texture stimulation only using half an inch, an inch and a half, 2 inches, 3 inches, as much as you physically want to use. You just simply twist. How clever is that? And if you want more sensation, you just twist faster. Not only does the XI have a very different form of texture, but it's also the reason we have an octagon base. And the octagon base was designed so it's held comfortably and easily when in the thralls of pleasure and passion and lube is everywhere and you want to twist. It doesn't slip. The XI is made with a platinum grade silicone, has a large flared base for anal and strap-on harness compatibility, comes with a GodMiche lifetime guarantee, and any colour imaginable. You can buy the XI today at GodMiche and join this new world of twist texture.
Get up. We want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up. Come on, get this with the heat. Right now, right now. Think about you till you black out. So get the fuck up. Get up, cause we gon' light up this place. We got the business for days. Tokyo GA from the outer space. So cover and dock, you're out of luck, we don't give up. Yeah, we're going up, next floor is us, you're riding with us. Get up. We want you to get on your feet. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Come on, get loose with the heat. Right now. We go party till we black out. Black out. So get the fuck up.
And just as we come up on 2 o'clock and just get ready to transition through to healthy mental practices with King Shrink, a couple of quick reminders. Please, if you are joining us via Zoom, mute your mic, particularly if you have unusual background noise. Ask any questions via chat, openly or direct to the speaker stroke moderators if you wish to remain anonymous. Ask questions because that's how we learn. At the end of the session, please feel free to add the Kink Shrink on your social media. Please do not message others without their permission. Play with yourself on camera. It's not appropriate in this space. Say anything you wouldn't be happy being recorded, because it is. Please, if you could consider supporting the Kink Shrink afterwards, there is a Patreon link and also there is a Ko-fi link available. I'm going to see if I can join this now. Here we go.
Everyone happy?
And here we go. And if I can just
had a bit of a rubbish day yesterday, but yeah,
transition across.
Happens, no particular reasons.
I think it's a hard time. Everyone I'm talking to, the common theme is lethargy.
Hello, everyone. I'm just joining you. I'll turn my screen on in a second.
Okay, we believe you.
Yeah. I'm not doing anything inappropriate. I can assure you of that.
Yeah.
There we go. Excellent. Voila.
Right. Hello, welcome everyone. Hope everyone's well. Please, can I just say, please, can we have no form of wanking or anything else as well? Listen, if it stays under 20, I'm happy for everyone to unmute and we can talk. But if it goes over 20, 25, can we think about that? So it gets a bit too busy. Please, no masturbating, no bits out, no, really not interested in any of that stuff. So I don't want to see any of your bits. And hello, Sky, you're very welcome. Warm wave of love. You're very welcome to come in. It's so strange, isn't it? Because like the Sunday, I do think it's timings. I noticed that one I did last night, there are about 30 odd people in. These have less, but Saturdays and Sundays, people get really busy, I think, and don't necessarily do this stuff. But then I think it's a lifesaver for other people who hate their weekends in their own way. So I think it's quite an interesting mix of timing. So please, no, none of your bits out, nothing else as well. And can you please bear in mind that you are being recorded. This is a LAM workshop. So you need to be aware that there is recording going on and it is played on YouTube. So be really careful about your name and what you want people to see. My daughter was part of an international, they did this thing last night because it was all in the cheerleading community, and somebody had their name, and this was all terribly proper cheerleading because it's all around children and everything else as well. So, and this guy had his name of Trump's fuckboy, and he went, and then his name was Sorry for the next hour. It was you just have to think, don't you, about the impression you put out and what you're doing. It's like, oh shit, that was a completely different group. We were like, clearly. They were playing a very professional murder mystery. I've had one question for today. So far, and so what we can do is, if you've got any questions that you can think of, I'll go through that as well. So this is the question that I've had so far today. Sunday has less asked in advance. Thursdays have stupid amounts, and I find it, quite difficult to get through them all. So this is the question I've been asked today. So let me read it to you, and please give your opinion and tell me what you think. And I relate to this one a little bit because I think I've got a fairly addictive personality as well. So I avoid smoking, I avoid different things. Clearly don't avoid food, but I avoid a lot of things because, I mean, you should see my daughter's made a joke of even my Amazon name because it says Deborah Amazon Queen Fields every time they send me anything from Amazon because I probably have, I don't know, 400 parcels on. This person has said, I have an addictive personality. Because of this, I have to be careful of how much I play and how much play I do because I get hooked on the endorphins. I have previously self-harmed, and as an older adult, I now walk the fine line between play and falling into the addiction. So that said, I fully appreciate that I'm probably already there. I haven't had the opportunity to play in quite a while now, and I can recognize the restlessness that I get when I need endorphins. So on to my question. Is there a way to get endorphins without self-harming? I'm well aware that play is just controlled self-harm. Sometimes it's not for everybody, by someone else, but I don't want to slip back to old habits because if I start harming again, it'll be too easy to get that hit whenever I want it. And it's a very slippery slope. And then they've absolutely assured me that they are safe, and I know that they're safe and they're well. So what do you lot know about endorphins? And also, is it just endorphins? And what does it mean? So, because when we play, we do get a certain amount of chemicals that go into our bodies. We do. And I was wondering what you lot know. And if not, I will happily give a load of answers as well. But I was wondering, do people know about this? What chemicals do flood into our body? What does it mean? So, and how does that work?
I'm trying to find an image you sent through a few weeks ago that
I did.
Along the lines of how to get these various chemicals.
Yes, that's in my pictures. So that's all about different chemicals. I think that one covered dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and was it another one? I can't remember which one it covered, but it does. So they're all about, they're not just about pleasure actually in the brain, ironically. So someone says, normally I would say parachuting can work that way. Some people are saying they're pleasure in the brain, and some people are saying dopamine. Did I say that one? Someone said they make us want chocolate and cream cakes. They do. And someone said, so Karis has said, sorry, I read out people's names, it's really rude. Actually, there aren't that many of us. If you want to speak. Exercise of any form, endorphins, also called a runner's high. And somebody's also said, so Firefly Switch says, I relate to this as I also have an addictive personality too, especially with sugar. Light says, playing just for the chemical high is easier to go into because on some level you have an element of safety because of the trust you might have with someone you are playing with. Whereas it's easier to turn away from a high from drugs because it seems more dangerous. Yes, and then Kincaid, yeah, muscle builders get that exercise, so you get that high and that rush, don't they? So it's an interesting one. I'm often asked, is self-harm by proxy? And the answer is, depends on the person doing it. That's your answer. There isn't anything else as well. And Jerry's brought up that happiness chemical picture. Can people download it? Can they see it?
Yeah.
So that's also about how you get some chemicals. But what chemicals do happen when we play? And the answer is all of those, right? So this is part of the problem as well. We have a look at chemicals and we think, oh, that's the one I need. But we get different chemicals when we play for different reasons. So that particular one talks about happiness chemicals. It talks about dopamine. Dopamine is your cheerleader. No, it's not. It's your coach. That's a better way to put it. So you get the good chemicals from that controlling aspect of being in charge, as if you were someone's coach or if you were someone's carer. That's the way to think about dopamine. So that's why that particular picture says things like finishing a task, celebrating a small win. It says self-care activities, exercise, listening to music, and gratitude. We know that gratitude can help us every day. So if we want to up our dopamine, which we do want to, because when we play, we feel rewarded. We've been a good girl, we've been a good boy, we've been a good thing, we've been a good puppy, a good kitten, right? So all of those things really help. So maybe not hardcore spring cleaning, AVTW, just one small task at a time would be good. Some people would say, fuck, I've got to do my whole house. No, you don't. Just clean a corner. Just get a little bit done. If you're organizing, putting the lid on the candle, Feels good, done it, like good, task done. So that can really help as well. And it's not just cleaning, it's tidying and or finishing a task. So if you're a really good cleaner, you're used to those chemicals already. So what we want to do is, if I look around and I say, shit, that's really untidy over there, and I've left that for 3 months, but you've been cleaning all the way through, do a different job and finish the task. ABTW had 4 or 5 hardcore spring cleaning in 2020. Yes, and it can help us, so we feel more positive. We also feel like we're in control of something. So finishing a task is different to just cleaning. Cleaning is part of a task. It could be that you need to finish an essay. It could be that your plant's dropped a lot of leaves. It could be that your sewing machine is bust, but you want to finish something, so you get it fixed. It could be that there's a task in your garden that you just need to cut back some plants. It could be that you need to darn and mend and sew some bits for kids. It could be a lot of things, but it's finishing tasks. But it's also, when you finish the task, say, yay, good girl, good boy, whatever. Even if you're a dom, it's a pat on the old back. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, well done me. I'm the world's worst at this. I do not celebrate finishing things. Every time I get a new qualification, I go, all right, so what's next? And actually, no, let's go on holiday. Let's celebrate. Let's treat myself. Let's say, congratulations, well done. All of those things make a really big difference. Self-care activities. Sorry, go on. No, you can't go on holiday now.
Holiday at the second.
But you can go on holiday from yourself. You know, like you can, if I stay at home, I create a shit ton of jobs to do. If I go out for a walk and do something, it's really important. It's also important to talk to yourself in a third party format, rather than saying good girl, good boy. What it can be done is, Deborah Fields, you are fucking awesome. Congratulations. Right? So the third party, the way somebody else would use your name, has been proven in research that we are much more likely, I'm going to sneeze. Oh, sorry. We are much more likely, fuck's sake, to feel better or motivated to do something. So when you say, right, Deborah Fields, stop that. That is not good for you, right? So, danke vielmals, Gesundheit. King Ket says, I pat myself on the back like that. Yes, you should. It's a really good thing to do, King Ket. It's a brilliant thing to do. So self-care activities, right? They're not just about painting your nails, and they're not just about putting a new wig on or putting some nice clothes on or whatever. They are just about having a fucking shower. Get in the bath. Is that possibly a parent thing, like mum and dad say, well done? Yes, it is, because it's the motivational chemical. So we're after the motivation from it. So self-care activities are things like your mum and dad would also say to you, have you had a bath? Have you cleaned your bed linen? Have you eaten well today? All of those things that we say, our parents were right. So self-care isn't just about having a pedicure or a manicure or having your hair cut or having your beard trimmed. It's about making sure that you do the basics for yourself. So self-care, especially when we are in trouble, like we are at the moment, because we've got a fucking great big lockdown, self-care is all about do the fucking dishes, make dinner, clear it up, change your bed linen, maybe once every 2 weeks, whatever. Firefly Switch and Serenity Geek says, so also, even if you manage to put the dishes to soak rather than wash all the dishes, it's a step in the right direction. I'd agree. And Miss Sin says, mental idea, but would affirmation help set up the arena for the success as a form of self-care? Mirror work, for example. Yes, it would. And I'll come to that one as well. So, you know, even if you set up, I've said this before, so I'm going to say this name and my Alexa might talk to me because it's just flashed up. Sorry, I don't understand that. It's probably likely to say, but you can set your Alexa up and Siri and all these different AI things, understanding that there is always a risk when you involve outside stuff using the internet, but of course it's not so great, right? So what we want to do, it's really important, is set these things up and say things like, seriously, good girl, well done. Get them to call you anything, whether it's you fucking badass hot bitch or whatever. Who cares? Or you fucking worthless whore. It doesn't matter as long as it motivates you and makes you feel good. So you can set things up around you that will talk to you as well. That's a really good idea. Ask people who've got good voices who are really serious. Go on. What's someone going to say?
God.
Oh, sorry. I was really excited there. If you know someone with a fairly good voice or a booming voice, like Cosmic has a booming voice, ask him to record you I mean, not just him, any of us. Congratulations. Well done. I'm so proud of you. You've been so great today. Not that over American, woo, yeah, let's go for it. Hey, yes. That's much more your, yeah, woo, motivational. It can be too much because we're all going to go, I don't fucking believe that. You know, I was in Dallas last year just before lockdown really got a grip. And, you know, it was really hard to get used to the amount of yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, hi, sir, no, sir. Like, it was like, oh, I think I'm in a kinky community. People are being called sir everywhere. Like, it was really confusing. It was also really lovely. It was so polite. But it was a very interesting impact. So get things around you to call you the things you want. Get recordings of people telling you you're doing a good job. Find something that's motivational online and watch it, because that's even finishing a task as well. Listening to music, you have this thing called an endocannabinoid system. Yes, it's opened by cannabis. It's also opened by other things as well. So if you do not want to have any form of cannabis, or you don't have to, of course, and it doesn't particularly work with CBD oil in the same ways. So to open up your endocannabinoid system, you need to sing. And by singing, I mean, get in the fucking shower and sing as loud as you can. Get your AI little personal little things that you've got all around you to play you karaoke. Have a good sing song every day. Even if it makes you sob, pick up that song and do that one. You go, I will always love. Do all of that. Because even if you're crying, it's cathartic and it's really good for you. I can actually sing. I was clearly exaggerating really badly there. So do those things that are really lovely for you. So sing along. Believe that you're fucking Celine Dion or J-Lo. I don't care.
Believe that I'm fucking Celine Dion.
Sing those ballads that go near, far, and just go for it. Just really go for it. Or pick your diva. I don't care who it is. Pick your hero, like whoever. And for you, Jerry, you play guitar. Get on your guitar every day. That is playing at being happy, not necessarily real. However, King Cat, what the research proves, and there's some really interesting research that's even on one of the major websites that's all about this, I often end up going to NCBI, which is NIH.gov, which is one of the best ones. It's what they actually state on a regular basis is chemicals create chemicals. I'm not asking you to fake it. I'm asking you to create a situation where you're doing something. Yes, it is fake. Yeah, thanks. So like when you're singing, doing other things, even if you're not that happy, even if you're going, hey, yes, I'm going to look at the positive of this, you create more good chemicals. And eventually you need to imagine it like a war. I need to implement and get more soldiers on this side. How do I do that? It's also called your emotional ecology, which Bridget Abels wrote about. I have the journal. Yes. So reading about these things can really help you too. So that sort of stuff will really be good. Practice gratitude. That's what it says. For me, again, let's do gratitude 2 ways instead of just 1 way. What people are taught is to say the things that you're grateful for. Name 5 things every day that you're grateful for. Yeah, that's great. That's a good old fashioned one. Let's add to it. Let's make it a bit more, right? So instead of just saying, so what I do in the mornings, I wake up and I name 5 things that I am grateful for. And the 5 things that I'm grateful for might be it's snowing today, or it's a beautiful day, or it might be I've woken up and my mum's still alive and my kids are okay, all of those things. So I feel good about those things. I'm grateful for those things, but I had no power involving those things. So the thing you do when you go to bed is you change your gratitude. It's really good to write gratitudes because when you write, you employ all aspects of the brain instead of just using 1 or 2. That's why things like knitting, sewing, and all those things are really good for us as well. So get creative. Start doing the things that really matter to you. And I'll just turn my phone off. So start to do those things so make stuff. Do stuff that's really good. Buy shit like this, right? So this is a sand. No, this is from Amazon. It's 18 quid. I could sit there for 35 minutes a day just watching it drip and watching it build different things. But the reason it works for me is not just because it builds and runs the sand through and makes pretty pictures for me and all the colors. The reason it works for me is it's connected to a memory of when we used to be in Italy all the time with my kids. They used to love the Sandman, as he called himself, because he would just do this for 30 minutes into a bottle and you would have this whole incredible sand dune made in this amazing, it's fantastic. So that's really worth thinking about as well. Do things that make you happy. So be in charge of the things that you're doing. So I was talking about your endocannabinoid system. When you sing, that gives you a hit of 60%. Of course, when you're looking at things like taking cannabis of any form, it's a lot higher than that, but that makes the difference as well. One of the things we also get when we play is serotonin, and serotonin is, so while dopamine is your woohoo thing as much as anything, serotonin is a little bit different. It's more that I'm helping calm you. We're sorting this. This is okay. So what we need to do when we're serotonin is this sort of thing. Watching stuff, mindfulness practice. You can download so many apps nowadays that are to do with mindfulness that will make a real difference. So you can really increase your own serotonin levels by watching those things, by getting yourself into like a practice every day of a very mild form of meditation. Just looking out now, looking at the snow and doing that for 1 minute is also meditation. You don't have to pay a fortune. The swinging ball thing, Newton's cradle, you're not losing it, Kinker. Honestly, it's what it is. So typing, yes. So is there a difference between hand and writing and typing? Yes. So as Karis has said, it's completely different. When you type, you have no pressure. This pincer movement, this grip that we have makes us different from most other things on the planet. So when we write and when we do stuff, that's why smoking calms us. We do this. Light, we do this. So we're doing this. So part of the practice of smoking also calms us down because we're doing this. Knitting, we're doing that. Sewing, we're doing that. Painting, we're doing that. So it is called opposable thumb. You're absolutely right. So all of that can help us. So but cats have opposable thumbs anyway. We all know that they do. They're brilliant. My cat used to catch fish with one bloody paw. He definitely had an opposable thumb. He didn't. I am kidding, clearly, because that's not possible. But humans have opposable thumbs. But it takes all aspects of our brains to use it. So when we use it, that's why a lot of women were calmer when we were being fucked around in Victorian Edwardian times, because we fucking sat there and sewed all night, or we bloody made stuff and we were chatting while the gentlemen were having a whiskey and a cigar, and we were gently going, oh, let's play piano. Okay, oh, that's music, so that's good. Oh, let's knit something together. How lovely. Shall we darn? We do a little needlepoint, shall we? It makes me feel so jolly calm. So actually, those old-fashioned habits do make us feel better, so they're worth doing. Any form of meditation, yoga. However, I am going to put a caveat on yoga. If you have some form of trauma, please do not go and do a shit ton of yoga, because yoga centers, calms, and gets you in touch with what you're feeling. If you have barriers up and you're not feeling so fantastic, that's really dangerous to you. It's a little bit like sitting down. I suspect that this person who's actually asked the question isn't very good at sitting down and is always busy. And if you're always quite busy and you're against it, and I get that, you might want to sit down sometimes, but when you have history that makes you feel irritable when you do sit down, that's potentially linked to trauma, and that will make a difference as well. Deep breathing. Okay, you all have nipples. You might have 3 or 4. They might be asymmetrical. They could be anywhere, right? But you all fucking have them. If you take your point of your nipples when they meet, can you see my tits? Let's all just look at my tits. Go for this. I've cheered Jerry up. That's all I can say. Still no wanking. My tits are not worth wanking over, right? So here are your nipples, right? Okay, so if you go across into the middle and you meet the middle point and you go down about 5 or 6 fingers, you've got a soft squishy bit here. That soft squishy bit, if you poke it really hard, hurts. If you punch it hard enough, it can make you want to vomit. It's a really good self-defense. Solar plexus, bang, back in the middle. This bit here, this is where we need to learn to breathe. Like, I'm not giving names and loads of shit. Let's just work with it for the moment. So the idea is if I'm poking this part of my body here when I'm breathing, if I cough, what should happen is my fingers pop out a bit. If I breathe in, for some of us, that will go in. And for some of us, it'll go out. What we want is for it to go out. So what do I mean by that? So we're going to learn a breathing technique, right? So if I've got my fingers here on that sore bit, still showing my tits, I get that might get in the way right now, right? But what we want is if I've got my fingers, these 2 fingers meeting here, and I breathe in, but I breathe in such a way, my fingers don't move because my tits go up, right? Or I can choose to breathe that way, where my fingers separate and my tits don't move at all. There's a different form of breathing. That's using more of your lungs. I don't mean pushing yourself out really hard, like you're pretending to be 13 and a half months pregnant. That's very different. How you breathe is really important, and it makes a difference. My corset is messing it up. It completely it won't work. However, if you are pushing your corset out when you breathe in, it's not messing it up. If the corset gets tighter, depending on the sort of corset you've got, if you breathe in, whatever you've got pushing up here will all lift, and that's the difference. You can still feel it in a corset. So glad I'm kinky, because you can. So the way breathing from your tummy, so you project your voice when you sing, same sort of thing. It's not quite your tummy, but yes, that's exactly what it is. So we're breathing from the diaphragm. What we want is an old-fashioned set of bellows. Most of us breathe like this. We want to learn to breathe like this, and just to focus on it will really help us. We're breathing in for 4 and we're breathing out for 7. It's really important we get the difference. You can try all the versions online. They're about it, of hold your breath in between, do this, do that. There are thousands of them. Just do the basic of breathing more out than in. It really helps calm you, especially if you're having a panic attack. And it does make a bit of a difference. So like if you breathe in up here and you sing a note, ah, it's kind of here and it's out there and whatever. But if you breathe in from here, it's got a completely different resonance, completely different tone, and a lot more projection and a lot more power, because we're breathing from our core, our diaphragm, that we're trying to make it work. And if you find that difficult, lie on your back on a solid surface, shuffle your bottom out a little bit, make sure your legs are bent, and then breathe in, because you're much more likely to lift up from your rib cage when your rib cage is, again, it's something on the bottom. That can help us as well. So learn how to breathe in. And if one day you meet me and say, Deb, am I breathing right? Let me poke you, and within 3 minutes, I'll tell you whether you're breathing right? So that's the breathing method. Yes.
It's really weird. Maybe it's because I'm a singer, but I find it really uncomfortable to just breathe through my chest. It's really difficult.
However, I've also met opera singers who don't do this in real life. They do it when they're singing, but they don't do it when they're just breathing. Kinkette says, I did a lot of yoga when I was into climbing. It's a great way to relax. It really is. However, I'm still going to put the caveat in of, if you have a lot of trauma, please watch how much yoga you do. For some of my clients, when they come to me, they'll say, I was thinking of doing yoga, and I'll say, not yet, maybe in a year. And I really genuinely mean that. And there are lots of breathing methods. Wim Hof, there are loads of others. You can look them up out there. Honestly, giving yourself a poke in your diaphragm or solar plexus and making sure that your fingers are pressed against, and then you can breathe out. It doesn't matter what method you use. You don't have to sign up for anything. Just breathe out more than you breathe in. It is a lot more calming. And it doesn't really matter whether you breathe in through your mouth or nose. Again, lots and lots of research, all proving both ways. I preferably breathe in through my nose, and I tend to, if I'm really focusing, give a nice breathe out through my mouth. And you can do other things as well if you want to help yourself. If you're a singer, you can breathe out like a horse. It's really good for you, because you can't do that unless you're really relaxed. It relaxes the jaw, it makes us feel better. And Miss Sin says, chest breathing is so uncomfortable when you're a singer. I was taught to breathe into my bum. Seriously works for your core. Same sort of principle, but it's much harder to make your bum feel like you're breathing unless you're really in touch with it. This is such an easy one to give yourself a quick poke. Mind you, most people here are probably into anal, so you could give yourself a quick poke wherever you like. Please use lube, please use safety, and make sure everyone is safe and consents. Right, so this is really good for us. And we need to get outside. If you want serotonin, you need daylight, and you need preferably sunshine. So we need to get outside more. If you are working inside all day and you are working from home, you used to commute, so still commute to work. Get up half an hour earlier, get dressed, right? Really different. Get dressed. Go for a walk around the block. Buy a coffee from a place if needs be. Get some air, get some light. Clearly not at 5 in the morning. I mean, I am being seriously, like, when you can. And the same for lunch. Walk to the bloody bakers who's still doing lunch. But if you don't want to go out because you're scared of COVID, make sure you've got a lunch ready, go for a walk for 20 minutes, come back and then have it. So get some more light, right? That makes a real difference as well.
One I also find on that note, particularly if someone's in a high state of anxiety connected with indoors, your field of vision and where you focus doesn't go far enough. So in order to actually reset someone and connect them back into nature, you literally need them to get outdoors to a point where you can just look off into incredible distance and reset your mind from constantly working in that narrow range of 10 to 15 meters.
Yeah. Honestly, so what you're talking about there, what you're connecting is also part of what's done in a piece of research is when people want to lose weight. Where we're looking and how far we can look and what we can achieve also really matters. If you can't see the end, you're less likely to do it. So actually focusing on eyes and using them is really important as well. That makes a difference. It does, that's true. Tai Chi or Qigong, is it? What do I think of trauma-informed yoga? Depends who's teaching it. That's what I think about that. So depending on the course that someone's done, if they've purely done it in yoga. So what you're talking about here is people have bodily compositions in response to yoga, that things like hypervigilance, hyperarousal, they might disassociate, they might feel numb, they might feel a very different lot of things and find it really hard to make sure that they can focus on their own emotions because they won't know how to ride that wave. Now, yoga can really help that. But for me, it really depends on the person who's teaching it and what they know. So what trauma-informed yoga is trying to do is to increase the window of tolerance. We all have a certain level of things that we can take. And if we go above and below that, it really doesn't help us. So what trauma-informed yoga is trying to teach you, the emotional regulation, distress tolerance, breathing, the body awareness. However, for some people who are too traumatized or have a high form of trauma, please don't do it. Please don't do it, because if you don't know how to handle what's about to happen, I can guarantee that yoga teacher might be able to teach you to breathe. It doesn't mean they can necessarily get you over trauma. You know, as a qualified therapist, that did not qualify me. After 6 years of training, 4 years as a psychotherapist, 2 years as a counsellor, that did not qualify me to work with trauma. How shocking is that? So any counsellor, any therapist who has done a course has maybe done a weekend or 4 days on trauma. I then went and did a completely different course all about trauma and EMDR, and I've worked in very different ways to learn about trauma and to learn about those things. And of course, people can just gain a lot of experience and work with it. So for me, if you're going to go to someone who's working with trauma, I want to know what sort of course you've done. I want to know what experience you've got. I want to know how you handle trauma and what does it mean. And I want you to know what happens to my brain when I'm traumatized, because if you can't answer any of those questions, you ain't working with my fucking trauma. That's about a boundary. So again, yoga is fantastic. It really is. But you've got to make sure that you have the capacity to do it and that you don't get too lost in that mindfulness. Does that sound fair? Is everyone all right with that one? Does that make sense? I hope it does in some way, shape or form. So light, if you can't get light because of the weather, especially if we're in the UK and it's fucking grey, buy yourself a lamp. I wake up and I don't have seasonal affective disorder every morning with a wake up light. So you can get lights that simulate dawn and dusk. So you can turn it on for 30 minutes before you go to bed and it just fades you down and helps you sleep more naturally. And when you're going to wake up, let's say if your alarm one is for 7 or 6, half an hour beforehand or however much you want, it slowly lifts. And there are different qualities of one. So putting lights on, like it's quite dark, putting lights on, these are quite yellow, these ones, but you can buy proper daylight simulation bulbs as well. Get some light. Nothing beats the outside and nothing beats sunshine. We don't have a lot. So when it is nice, have some flexibility in your day. If you have to work 9 till 5, that's fair enough, but you have a lunch break, take your lunch break, have a look at the weather forecast. These are really good. Plan your day. Go out when it says it's not pissing down. That will really help you as well. I'm going to come to food in a minute as well, with serotonin as well. And there are things that we can have. And actually that says, for example, oatmeal and bananas, lettuce, other things as well. I'll come to that.
Friday was glorious weather down here and I went for 2 walks and did cooking. I felt absolutely fucking brilliant.
Yes.
It was really sunny. It was bright. The windows open.
Yeah. So this is all stuff instead of play, right? So this is just about, but it's also about making you feel good, isn't it? Like you said, Jerry, you felt fucking wonderful. And it makes such a difference. It's special. Right. So oxytocin, whether you like it or not, when we play, oxytocin is created. It is the love drug. It's the drug of contact. It's the drug of touch. It's the drug of cuddles. It's the drug of what we're not getting at the moment. And I've written a whole piece on skin contact, skin starvation, how it's worse than it ever has been. And there are lots of ideas in there for you to do, from self-bondage to all sorts of things that you can do.
All these drugs have to be self-generated. Can you get any of them on like prescription or from food or anything like that?
You can get them from food and you can get them from exercise and different things. You cannot get them on prescription. as such, unless, of course, even SSRIs. So a serotonin reuptake inhibitor, which is what is given as an antidepressant. Thank fuck I know my homework. I tell you, it's always like a test sometimes in these bloody things. So we create the serotonin that is in our bodies, brains, minds, and in our guts as well, actually, because your gut has it's very heavy, your gut and your gut bacteria creates an awful lot of serotonin. So what happens is for an SSRI, if you imagine, listen, this isn't technically correct, but it's the easiest way to think about it. One set of fingers talking to another set of fingers in the brain, right? We don't have any fingers in our brain. This one, really, this part of your brain wants you to understand this message. So it comes all over your face. But coming all over someone's face is really messy, right? I'm doing something really technical here, I promise. This is neuroscience. So this one comes all over this one's face, but that's not very directional, so it's flattered. And I'm like, don't get it in my fucking eyes, that's a nightmare. I want you to learn to take it directionally. So what our clever brain does is it slips tiny condoms over each of those branches, they're not really condoms, and it helps you direct and focus it all in the right way. And then that little condom, that little thing that wraps, is hormones, and serotonin is part of that, one of those. So the messages that we send from our synapses and neurons, talking about hands and condoms, and fucking hell, someone's going to read this and go, what the fuck is she talking about? But I'm talking to perverts.
At least it's on the archive.
But it does make sense to me. I think visualization, I was talking about this last night, really important. Right, so comes all over the face, splatters everywhere, not very good. So we need a more directional focus of this electrical impulse of this information. So we wrap a condom around it, it takes it straight back into where it should go, and we're like, yay, I've got that message now. But this part of the brain sucks it all up and takes it in. When we're not feeling very okay, part of what we need actually is more serotonin. So an SSRI inhibitor, so an SSRI, I don't know why I'm saying inhibitor twice, that's like saying cash point twice for different reasons. Let's not go into that. So, so what you want with an SSRI, it's going to stop the reuptake. So it stops it from being sucked all in. It blocks it slightly and keeps some of the serotonin in your brain. So actually, that's how antidepressants work. If it's that form of antidepressant, there are many others. That is the most popular one. So you can take it in that form. So we're going to other things that will cause it. So listen, to back up Cosmic, I don't know if it works for others, but I'm currently shielding. So my outside is going out the front door in the evening, watching the rain or snow or stars and moonlight. I have the most positive reaction to the evening. The noon fills me full of good chemicals. So it's all about adapting. It is. It's also okay for you to go out when it's in the daytime and just spend 5 minutes there as well. That can make a difference. Your phone does what, Boo? Sorry if I missed that. The way it talks to you and stuff, is that what we're talking about there? Or it's your light? Sorry, I'll have a look at that.
Yeah, what it does is when the alarm goes off, it slowly the screen goes like orange colour, and it gets lighter and lighter and lighter before it goes off in the morning.
Okay, if you can get a much bigger thing to do it, like a bedside table type lamp, it can help. You can also get timers that connect to your lamps to do it, but watch this.
Wi-Fi bulbs do it, and a lot of the Wi-Fi bulbs can actually be set, so they actually go for sunset.
Brilliant, it's really good. So Firefly and Serenity, we've just finished building kitchen cabinets. It's a great feeling, accomplishment. Yes, exactly that. However, do not start a job that you don't finish. Right, serotonin, you can 5-HTP. Let's talk about 5-HTP. Right, there are drugs that you can take that are drugs that are complementary medicines. HTP, St. John's wort are all part of that. Please, if you're going to do anything of that, please, please, please do not think that you know everything about 5-HTP. People have died from 5-HTP, but it was quite a long time ago through lots of different understandings. And if you have too much serotonin in your body, you can cause all sorts of issues. There are syndromes that come with too much serotonin. So please, please be careful, because we don't all know what we're talking about when it comes to this. And we've really got to be careful. Makes me laugh because Sing Counsellor sent me a private message. I gave her an idea last night. She's going to put it on some slides. She's not going to steal this one because she works for a very large part of what makes Britain, and that would be a really bad thing to say. It's like coming all over someone's face. That made me laugh a little bit. So, so please watch 5-HTP, okay, people, because it can cause serotonin syndrome, and if you don't know what that is, look it up, have a look at it. It can be really dangerous for you. Can get unequal condoms. We all do. Actually, think of it like this: so you're wanking. 2-minute neuroscience video on SSRIs. There you go. Thank you very much. So I hope I've really got it right. I think I've heard of prophylactic medication. So, okay, prophylactic medication is when you take something that makes you think that you feel different. Guess what? We don't need to take the fucking medication to do that. We need to change our thinking. It's all about that. It's all about how we see things and how we process. It's so important to do that. Best analogy I've ever. I clearly don't have enough rags for the cleanup. Oh, I neither do I. I can't bear that shit in my eyes. I'm so not interesting. And feeds what it thinks you need. Yes, it does. And serotonin sensitivity syndrome can kill you. Just been doing it on my course about neurotransmitters. There you go. So thank God I do know what I'm talking about, because everyone's doing fucking courses. You bunch of cunts all trying to catch up with me. Jesus Christ, I'm in danger, aren't I? I better get it right. However, I said this.
A new game since bingo seems to have gone by the wayside.
What? Just get it right. But you know, it's really important, isn't it? Because I don't say anything unless I know it's right, or unless I've really researched it. I will say I don't know, or I will say I'm not sure. So please, please, please be careful, right? Do we win a prize if you get it wrong? No. No. The pleasure in your own, which will create a little bit of dopamine and a little bit of endorphin for you, would feel really good. Right, so you can get it from foods as well, but I'll come back to that when I was talking about oxytocin. Listen, at the moment, oxytocin is hard to get because we're not touching. Some of us might not be in loving or healthy relationships. Some of us might not be able to help each other. So it's really difficult. These are becoming your new best friend. No, I'm not talking about wanking, although I'm sure that'll make you very happy as well. Massage your hands. Get yourself a really nice oil that has a nice smell that makes you feel good, that's connected to something that you like, and give yourself an in-depth hand massage. Anyone here ever heard of the shop Jo Malone? Or know what Jo Malone was? So very English-based shop. It's not owned by Jo Malone anymore. It got taken over by a rather large corporation, a beauty corporation, and I think she just sells stuff by Jo now or something. She's called herself. So one of the things, if you work for Jo Malone, that you are taught is when somebody comes in is to have smells in different areas for different reasons. That pulls us in and it makes us feel differently. It's an influence. You know that when you walk into a house and they want to sell it to you, it's probably going to smell of coffee or baking, and it's probably going to have flowers in, and the flowers are more likely to be yellow. They're more likely to be bright and lifting. They're all ways of selling things to us, right? So when you come in to a Jo Malone shop, they'll say, how are you doing? Whatever, which smell do you like? They listen to what you say. They'll get out one of their creams with a very similar smell, and they will give you a hand massage because it releases oxytocin. And you go, I really love Jo Malone. I really like having my hand massage. That feels really nice. If you're with someone, get them to give you a hand massage. If you're with yourself, give yourself a hand massage too. It feels really nice. And it's really good just to make sure that we can do that. And there are a few other ways of getting some oxytocin as well. But a hand massage is quick and easy. I've always got a hand cream somewhere that isn't for wanking anyone off. It's for my own hands. I'm going to wank my own fingers off and make them feel really good. This is a Milk luxury hand cream. It's got a gorgeous smell. I really like it. Actually, Poppy, did I buy this when I was with you? I think I might have done. I think I did. And it's really important to rub it in and to enjoy and give yourself a hand massage. Do that 2 or 3 times a day. If you can help someone online or do something for somebody else, do it. Support somebody else. Be kind to somebody else. Give to somebody else. Do something online for somebody else. Again, it doesn't have to be kinky. Hello, do you want to see my tits? Isn't doing something for somebody else. It's probably doing something for you on some level. So we like the different things. So Sky says, reminds me of the wisdom of an old gym teacher. I was frustrated as a kid when I asked what we won when we finished the challenge, and she said the satisfaction of winning. Yeah, I bet you wanted to thump her one. Like when you car smell, yep. And Moon says lime, basil, and mandarin. Yep, see, they're your smells. And King Kit says special brew and cherry. They're your smells too. Go with them and have them. Like they are. They're brilliant smells. Have them. The smell of special brew makes me want to puke. There you go. It's all about memories. For me, it's the smell of Pernod. That bottle when I got banned from the pub for jumping the table. Can I just point out I cleared every single glass? I did. I still got banned from the fucking pub, and that was a bottle of Pernod. Makes me feel sick. So we have positive and negative smells. So use the positive ones to make you feel good in your own way. Endorphins. This is a real smack of what we get, right? We really do get this when we play. So if you want to increase endorphins, watch things that you love. Watch things that make you laugh. For me, some of those videos that go around of babies laughing or babies doing different things, they make me giggle.
Cats.
Puppies and kittens make me go, oh, look at those. That reaches me, it's the oxytocin. Babies, not so much. Babies just make me laugh. I've had enough babies. No more babies. So it's a really good way. Actually, Miss Sinner said, how do you advise going to a scented shop when it sets off your sensory overload? I can't go into Lush, for example. Honestly, nowadays, you've got a mask. Fucking brilliant. Wear one. One of the best ways to stop sensory overload. If you have a smell you like specifically and you have an oil that you like specifically, put it under your nose, like a menthol or anything else as well. That will really help. So give yourself the sensory overload that you are happy with. Plus, if you overload your other senses at the same time, if you're employing all of them, the more you look, the more you hear, the less you smell. So I'll come back to that as well a bit in a minute. So if you really want to increase your endorphins, laughing is really important. Dark chocolate is really good, but it's not your 70%, it's your 80s, 90s. It's the really high, heavy levels of dark chocolate, and it only means a small square at a time. It doesn't mean a lot. So to laugh really matters. Watch a comedy, watch something that you really like. It can make you really dizzy, listen, and Kinket agrees with you. It just feels like an overload. Using headphones to prevent audio overload helps keep the others in check as well. Yeah, so it depends what your sensory overload is. Meditation can be really good. Again, I'm actually going to say, please be careful. And I'm envious of Boo and 10PC with their cats. I've got a dog and 2 cats. It can really help. It really makes a difference. So, with
just as a quick one here, we may have a match on the special brew and sherry. We've got a comment on YouTube saying, my kind of girl. So, so you might want to jump across onto the YouTube feed afterwards. You may have a match in heaven there.
So, okay, if you want to create more endorphins as well, have sex. If you can't have sex with yourself. Create something, make something, do something, you'll feel good about it. Dancing is really important as well. Makes a massive difference. You know, also if you want other things, having a freezing cold shower. We know that jumping in the sea and freezing cold water is really good for you. Introduce cold showers. They'll really help. They're really good for your dopamine and everything else as well. So what I mean by that is you're having a warm shower, make it colder just for a split second, lift it up and increase that time till eventually you can really make sure that you have a freezing cold shower every so often. It can help. I'm really sorry, everybody hates it, but basic exercise is also going to make a difference. Group exercise makes you have even more endorphins, so try and involve yourself in a video setup or anything else as well. Acupuncture also makes a difference, and it helps when you want endorphins. I have an electric impulse small I can't remember what it's called, but like Andy's knee's really bad and I was just using it on his knee. So Andy is my son-in-law type thing, and they come here and they clean and they're allowed in there in my bubble. And his knee's really bad because he ran 10k yesterday and he's got a bad knee and he shouldn't have done it. And this little input, this pulse creator, I can't remember what it's called, creates a pulse through. So instead of having acupuncture with needles, you can do it like a little ultrasound and there's no danger with it because you just do it locally. So that can help as well, especially if you're not feeling very good or something is hurting in some way, shape or form. Can help, makes a difference. As I said, meditating can also help as well, but not too much. Watch different smells, right? So we have to be really careful about different forms of smells around, just to talk about sensory overload. So when you're talking about smells, different smells create different endorphin release. So oils that are really good for any form of endorphin are rosemary, lavender, I think it's eucalyptus, it might be as well, frankincense, and your citrusy type based things. So they're all really good. They make a difference as well. Raw chocolate is really good. That's a good one to take. Yes, it's like a TENS, but it's a pen. And you could use your electrostimulation stuff like your wands and everything else as well to help you with all of this. I'd lose my mind without my noise cancellation headphone.
Acupressure pen is what they're called. It's got like a small LED screen in the middle of the handle that's round and goes down to a fine round ball on the end. Acupressure pens is what you usually find.
Yeah, so acupressure pens will lift your endorphins. So again, and they create a little bit of pain, especially if you turn it up to 5. So if you're really wanting that endorphin rush, get yourself an acupressure pen, not needles, not anything else as well, right? So that will make you feel better as well. So I'm really trying to think of everything that we can go through here. What about vetiver? That's what I use for aftershave. Vetiver is that's got, do you know what?
It's woody. It's woody, it's slightly metallic.
It doesn't matter as long as you fucking love it. That's what matters, because you've got to remember that half this stuff is psychosomatic. If you want the actual oils that are going to increase your endorphins, that have the research around them, they are just lavender, they are just rosemary, they are just citrus, they are just frankincense. However, half the different things that you have around you have a lot of those in as notes, as part of the whole smell. And like Kinket says, sandalwood works for me as well. See, that's the point. It doesn't matter as long as it works for you. That's what matters. So that makes a difference. Having sex is really good for pain relief and everything as well. So actually, if you're not having sex, have sex. If you have trauma around sex, please think about that, different things as well. But having sex really helps us with endorphins. It makes a difference. And of course, we can't go and fucking meet people, can we? So you probably can't have sex. So, you know, in moderation, you've got to think about that. And as I said, chocolate is good. So is a really good glass of wine. Honestly, it is. A red wine, preferably, because it triggers endorphin. Give yourself a shock. Do something ridiculous. Honestly, we'll come back to that one in a minute, but laughing is really important. If you just go up to a complete stranger in the street and wave from 2 meters and say, hello, it's really scary to do it. It's really good for you. So you get endorphins from things that can help you. Like if you enjoy something or do something slightly shocking and, oh, fuck, I feel really nervous about this. That's what you're after. You can't throw yourself out of an airplane, but you could do something really different. And I said kindness makes a difference as well. So that's important. If you're having a hot bath, give yourself a body in the massage, give your body a massage in the bath. Put a nice oil in. You could use a lavender oil. Hey, you could hit this twice. Imagine that. And you'll feel really good for doing that. So that will help you too. And you can eat things. So like turkey is really good for serotonin. So turkey has tryptophans in. Tryptophans help you sleep. It's why everybody sleeps at Christmas. If you can't sleep, have something high in some form of serotonin or tryptophans. So that's a good idea because that will help you sleep as well. So you want to do things like oatmeal. As I said, oatmeal is really good for serotonin. Salmon, brown rice, wholemeal type bread, cheese as well. Do not have cheese before you go to bed. It's not a joke. It is absolutely scientifically proven that cheese can give you nightmares, right? So it is a process. So don't have cheese before you go to bed. If you're feeling a little bit down and not so great, have yourself a piece of cheese. Doesn't matter which one. If you really like pineapple, pineapple is really good for serotonin. It's also really good for sore throat. If you're not feeling very well, it's also very healing to the body. Most private surgeons and different people, once you've had a bit of surgery, will say to you, have a little bit of pineapple juice. And anyone who's a singing teacher or has done any singing will know that over the years they've said, have some. Same with licorice because it lubricates the throat. So a glass of milk is also full of protein, and that's really good as well. So you want tryptophan-rich foods, and tryptophan-rich foods create serotonin. So look up your tryptophans. They're just some examples, but I say it's the exercise that makes a difference as well. I've already said the bright light. You can get some prescriptions, as I was saying, and some herbal remedies. Please be careful because you can take tryptophan, for example. However, it could reach your brain, but you've got to be very careful. So we also know that those tryptophans have an antidepressant impact, potentially. But if you are taking something like 5-HTP, please be careful. It can be as effective. Please do your research, right? Please do your research rather than just doing it. When you look at absolutely taking it for depression, it changes things. SAMI makes a little bit of difference as well. So that's S-adenosyl L-methionine. And I really don't know if I pronounced that properly because I can never remember it. Again, that's a supplement that you can take. It's really good. And it's the same sort of stuff that's used in antipsychotics and antidepressants. So SAM, E or SAME. St. John's wort, as I said, lots of research doesn't prove that it's as great. It doesn't show consistent results when you truly look at it. So again, it can be really good. However, it can impact cancer drugs and birth control pills. And if you're taking it with an antidepressant, please don't do that. Probiotics are really good. They increase tryptophan in your blood. They're also really good for your guts, which makes you feel better. And a lot of your serotonin is created in your gut anyway. So that's really good. And as I said, serotonin syndrome is not something you ever want to have. It will make you feel very ill. This is life-threatening. Your own body massage all makes a difference. So have I covered enough there to say that you've got a few things that you could do? And also, if you want to increase your adrenaline just before we go, Do something that is out of your comfort zone. Go up and speak to a stranger. Take a jog to the bottom of your garden if you've got one at full speed and come back and go, oh. Do something really loud and aggressive and crazy that goes, oh my God, my heartbeat's just gone up. I don't know what to do about that. Reach out to an old friend you haven't spoken to in years that you like, not who is a complete cunt. Don't do that because that will only cause you trouble. But let's say you didn't quite keep in touch or something. Do something that makes you feel a little bit uncomfortable so you don't feel as happy about, not sure how I feel about that. I don't know if I want to do that. Oh my God. Like, because if you can't jump out of an aeroplane right now, you can't jump out of an aeroplane. And actually, that's not always the best idea because a lot of people don't want to jump out of the plane. It doesn't make us feel good. And if you're environmentally friendly, why go up in a plane? So you could do lots of little things. You could learn something new that will make you feel uncomfortable, and that will make a difference as well. So singing. You know, you can put yourself out there. Like if you've got a weight loss goal or something, put it publicly, start to do it. Oh, make you feel like shit. You could do all sorts of stuff. Go out wearing something that's absolutely ridiculous, or come on Zoom wearing something that's absolutely ridiculous. So people are going, you're right there. Like, so all of those things, it really helps. It'll help. So we want our adrenaline to go off as well. All of those things, please be aware that when you do them, will have potentially some form of side effect. Okay. It does. So you've got to be careful. Please. Does that please be careful? Everything comes with a warning. Yeah. So is everyone happy with all of those so far? Would they help? Can anyone use any of those to help? Anything that they're doing? What do you think? Anyone get any extra ideas? Anything you want to share as well? Right. It's
something that I've learned the hard way over the years. That realization that if you've had an experience before, if you focus on it, you can pull yourself back, not just into that mental space, but you can actually feel it translate in a biochemical form as well. So when you sit down and you think about relaxing on the beach, listening to the waves crashing in the background, you actually feel your body become warmer as the response to that memory. And if you can train yourself to build the intensity of that, you can have an effective way of shifting from one space to another.
For sure. And that it can, and especially if you've got some kind of memory of it as well. So let me have a look at some of these things that people are asking. Staring at policemen, please don't get arrested. Although that could be really thrilling. Your adrenaline will go through your fucking ass. Maybe get arrested. That is the risk response.
I don't recommend it.
But within reason. No 5-HTP when you take depressants. Absolutely not. The same as no St. John's wort, the same as no Stain or Sam. No. Ask your doctor first. You do not want serotonin syndrome. A good curry. Yep, that gets your heart rate going as well. If you have mitochondrial issues, does that affect serotonin? Mitochondria affects serotonin. Serotonin affects mitochondria. There is research that actually states that, when was it done? Last year or the year before, that actually this is interesting. The root cause of depression may not be serotonin. It might be mitochondrial issues. So, the mitochondria are energy in our cells. So actually 5-HTP is the one that's really used, 5-HT. And serotonin is part of that because it's part of the core amino acids that make serotonin. Unless anyone is a chemist and knows better than me here, please speak up. So please make sure that you get medical advice if you have mitochondrial issues. They might actually say you need to take serotonin, or they might need to say you can take less. So please go and get proper medical advice and don't take any of these things if you have mitochondrial issues or some form of illness. It's really important. Firefly says, from memory, yes, but mitochondria are massively important in everything. They are. They're your energy cells, and they also hold on to trauma and everything else as well. Miss Min from, Katie, this has been wonderful. Oh, thanks. I'm going to have a listen to it again. You're speaking even quicker than usual to get all this in. I really am. Thank you. I'm going to recommend this to friends. Thank you very much. I do Sundays and Thursdays. Firefly, I'm going to give hubby a hand massage. Yes, really nice. No 5-HTP on antidepressants. Yep, said that. You are vindicating my views. Good. The King Ket from everybody. 10PC Sissy UK. I get easily addicted to substances and I'm worried about trying medication from anywhere. So create your own. Listen, the reason serotonin reuptake inhibitors work is because they play with the serotonin in your brain. Guess what? So can you. Seriously, you can create a different mood. You can. We need to get out more. We need to do more. We need to change the way we live in order to feel differently. So it's really good.
Boost production rather than regulate what you've got.
Yes, I agree. It overloads your body with serotonin and you can overdose. About the syndrome, yes. So Sky, thank you. Early in a lockdown, I'd go out with my pup hood on over my COVID mask with a full vanilla rainbow cutesy outfit. It made me laugh. I think this sounds really good. And a lot of other people. This encourages me to do that more. I sometimes thought it was stupid and frivolous. Do you know what's really interesting is, like, my hair is grey. I'm really grateful to have hair. I've been bald for a year from chemo. Bingo, thanks. But my hair before that was pink and lilac and purple and different colours. The amount of notice I got from children or from people for my hair was every day. I remember going out on a date with this guy and he said to me, we might get recognised quite a lot. I'm quite famous. First of all, I thought, you fucking cunting wanker, why am I going on a date, right? That was my first response. But my second response was, okay, no worries. And we were walking in Shoreham and, you know, a few people sort of were looking at us and around us and he's like this, nodding his head, going like, I'm so famous. Apparently he won Robot Wars with his family. Like I watch it, I'm sure lots of people do, but he was known. Katie's face there, I was like, oh, fuck off. So it's really, so what we need to make sure we do as human beings is be careful about what we say, because 3 or 4 people did approach us, not one for him, every single one saying, oh my God, I really love your hair. Isn't it a beautiful colour? And he was like, oh, he's getting really cross. And then he went into a pub, and as we were sitting in this pub, we were ordering dinner, and this woman came over, this waitress came over, server, sorry, non-gender specific. The server came over and she said, oh my God. And he went, yes, I am. She went, sorry? He went, yes, I am. She went, sorry, are you Deb? And I went, yeah, how do you know? And she went, oh my God, so-and-so's in the kitchen. Apparently you changed his life because you put on these shows with kids and he really loves you. Could he please come out and say hello? And of course he fucking can. Honestly, the guy never wanted to see me again. It was quite funny. Right, so 5 extra kids.
Lost on that one.
No, neither do I. But it was funny. I get a 3-day high from a 3-mile run, yet we do miss in. I've learned that my own self-talk causes biological reaction. Exactly what I'm talking about. I'm aware that if I tell myself something that I don't know I agree with or disagree with, and I may think that I do, for example, I will feel the conflict in my chest. I am learning that it can ease when I'm brutally honest, so I feel it's so important to pay attention to your self-talk and how it actually affects your body. I blame you, Deb. Yep, please do. Self-body scanning, understanding, all of those things is really important. And there's a great piece of research. If you type in Sweden, Taiwan, body scan, emotions, it'll bring you to a piece of research under the PNAS org. And that piece of research used people from Sweden and Taiwan. It was done by Norwegians. I think it was Norway. I might be wrong. And it shows you actual pictures. This is something I give all of my clients. Like, Poppy, this is one if you don't have this actually. If you don't have this piece of research, you can print it out. And what it does is it shows you where overactive spots are in your body compared to underactive, which shows you where you're feeling emotions. So if you don't know what an emotion is, what this little diagram teaches you is like, oh God, that's anger. I'm feeling anger. That's interesting. Am I? You don't make a big thing of it. You just go, that's interesting, and you leave it and you move on. It's a great little piece of research, and you can have it as a little printout. And you can look at it and you go, oh, I'm feeling sadness. Who knew? Because lots of us have not taught ourselves what emotions are. And this is a really great piece of research, taking people from very different continents, hot and cold, to make sure that they can understand what it is. You killed his fragile ego. I think I did. And I did watch Robo Wars, so well. Question, is it possible that if you are lacking certain chemicals, that subconsciously we create situations to produce more of the chemicals, like adding extra stress for no logical reason? Yes. And not just adding stress for extra reason, we also do the opposite. We create no stress because we're frightened, or we do all sorts of different things because we don't have good distress tolerance. If we're hyper-vigilant, hyper-aware, and traumatized all the time, we might find situations that keep us there, or we might find situations that do the opposite. Can I share the body scanning link you sent me? Yes, please do. And Jerry put up the emotions heat map body one. So that you both put up the same one. So it's a really good little piece of research to print off and have. It's great because you can look at it and go, God, that's shame. I didn't know I felt that. That's interesting. And again, don't do anything with it, just move on. So all of these things are designed to try and help you combat the fact that you can't play. So I really hope that some of them help. And I've run out of breath and run out of time 2 minutes ago.
Just one final one from me on the resources side. Some of the early summer LAM live streams have about a 3 or 4 minute section, which is using ASMR 3-dimensional sound recording to walk through a woods. So if you pop your headphones in and listen to that, it kind of transports you to that location. And you mentioned it earlier, getting people to record messages. Again, it's the reason why we have the 3-dimensional recording devices, so that if there is something that will help you through this period or another period, just drop us a message. I'm quite happy to do those recordings for you. And finally, thank you, Debs, for doing this. Your next session, I believe, is next Thursday, the 11th.
I already have. So on Thursday, the 11th, I have 3 or 4 questions. Nudity and sex and sexuality. Why does it bring it up? Can't we separate them? Squirting, female ejaculation. Are they the same? What are they? Cosmic, shut up. And also some tips on how not to disassociate, how not to fawn, and how to stay present, which is all about grounding and a few other things as well. And again, that's about body awareness.
I have a new theory on that one, Debs. Did you see the link I sent earlier about the quantum research?
Yeah.
Yeah. That we can actually both be right at the same time.
Oh, no, I agree with
that. We may be getting different results because of our individual bias in the way that we monitor it. How about that?
But although that's been proven in science, that's been proven in psychology for fucking hundreds of years. Part of this, our perspective is our reality, even in the same moment. And also, what I'm teaching people to do when I'm doing therapy is to widen their path. When you walk on a tightrope, it doesn't feel good for you. When you widen your path, you allow more in, which means 2, 3, 4 things can coexist in the same path. And if they can coexist, we can accept that you are right and I am right and you're wrong and I'm not wrong. That's a joke, that I'm wrong as well, right? So we can do that in all ways. And that's what makes the difference as well. So people saying thank you. I really need a wee. Go and have one, Kinket. Seriously, have a wee, because there's nothing worse when you really need one. Have a wee. Although it won't burst your bladder, because I wrote that.
So
see you later, Cosmic.
Thank you. Fantastic. See you soon.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you. I don't know. See you later. I don't know when I'm going to.
And as often the case with these things, we do have a tendency to overrun at times. The next session, as I've said, is going to be on Thursday evening, the 11th, one of the non-LAM ones. So there is no archive. If you want to catch it, you got to catch it live. It's as simple as that. So there's the details up on the screen. And do us a huge favor. All the time that is put into this, please, if you're not already a subscriber, hit the subscribe button. Hit the notification bell. It's probably the best way to get reminded that this is on a Sunday. And equally, if something came up in that you thought the content was appropriate, then share it with other people. That's what the share button is there for. And now it's time to go across to Zach from Dirty Sexy Words for another reading. This week's theme, for the littles. So sit back, cuddle up to your soft toys, and get ready for a little bit of entertainment, followed by some awesome comedy with John, Kinky Life Coach, and enjoy that as well. And then I will be back in front of the mic at around 4 o'clock for another workshop. One of the irritating things, interesting paper came out this morning. I wish I'd read it before I wrote the workshop because I would have integrated that, but I'll talk about that a little bit later.
Hi, Graham from Affordable Leather Products here. As you may well be aware, the London Alternative Market is offering advanced tickets as bonds to cover their costs during the time of lockdown. We at Affordable Leather Products have got 5 of these tickets. Oh, am I covering that over? What a shame. We're giving these tickets away. If all you have to do is subscribe to our YouTube channel, go to affordable-leather.co.uk/market, and you find the link where you can subscribe. When we get up to 100 subscribers, we'll draw the 5 lucky winners, and you can get a free entry to a London Alternative Market when the lockdown ends and the market starts again. That link is affordable-leather.co.uk/market.
Hello, everybody. Are you ready for a special story time? Because this week's story is especially for all you littles. And this is Miss Pussycat, who's here to help me with the story or give me something to grab on if I feel any uncontrollable violent urges or anything. I hope none of you do. Hope you're all ready, that you've been good. And you're going to sit quietly and listen nicely. Because I'm sure you can do that, can't you? Don't want Auntie Zach to get cross, do you? Now, I've got a lovely story to read for you from a very old book. The story is called The Little House in the Woods, and this is how it goes. Don't fidget, all in good time. And here we are. The Little House in the Woods, Chapter 1, The Letter. There was a dog who lived beside a wood. He was having dinner when there was a rap at the door. He went to see what it was. There was a letter on the mat. A letter, said Mr. Dog. I must see what it says. He opened the letter, and this is what he saw. Dear Mr. Dog, come to the little house in the woods at 6 o'clock. You will see what there is to see. That was all. There is no name at the end of the letter, said Mr. Dog, so I cannot tell who sent it. I will go to the little house in the woods at 6 o'clock, and then I shall see what there is to see. So, just before 6 o'clock, Mr. Dog set off to go to the little house in the woods. He walked down a lane, he got over a stile, he walked along a little path, he got over another stile, and there he was in the woods. It was getting dark in the woods. I wish it was light, said Mr. Dog, but still I can see, and I must find out what there is to see at the little house in the woods. He went on into the woods. There was a path, but he only just saw it. How dark it is, he said. It got darker and darker. I wish it was light, he said, but I will not go back. I must find out what there is to see in the little house in the woods. He went slower and slower. I must take care, he said. Then he saw the little house. It was so dark that he only just saw it. There was no light in the little house in the woods, he said. He stole up to the little house and put his paw on the door. And then he stood still. He was just going to open the door when a bright light shone in the house. Mr. Dog stood still. He did not move at all. Then he heard a cat talking. "Ha ha," said the cat. "Mr. Dog will come. He will come to see what there is to see. When he comes, we will put him in a box. He will not see much when he is in the box. Ha ha." He heard a fox talking. "Ha ha," said the fox. "Mr. Dog will come along, but we shall not let him get away again. We will make him wash up for us, and sweep, and dust, and polish. Have you got the box ready, Pig?" He heard a pig talking. "Here it is," said the pig. "It is ready for Mr. Dog. Shall we put the light out? Mr. Dog might not like it. He might see us and run away." "Well," said the cat, "I will put out the light if you think we had better put it out." "Put it out then," said the fox. "Be ready to jump on Mr. Dog when he opens the door. Are you ready, Cat and Pig?" "Yes, we are ready," said the cat and pig. The light went out. The little house in the woods was very dark. Mr. Dog did not dare to move. After a time, he heard the cat say in a low tone, "Are you sure he got the letter telling him to come?" "Oh, yes," said the pig in a low tone. "I put it in at the door, and I heard it fall on the mat. I am sure he got it." "He is sure to come," said the fox. "He will want to see what there is to see. He's just a little late, that is all." "It is after 6 o'clock," said the cat. "I heard it strike 6. "Hush!" said the fox. "What was that?" All was still. Mr. Dog did not dare to move. He stood and listened. At last, Mr. Dog heard the cat again. "No, he is not there," said the cat, "and it is after 6 o'clock. What shall we do?" "I will tell you what to do," said the fox. "We must go out and look for Mr. Dog. When we find him, we must all three jump on him. He will not get away from us." "Are we all ready?" said the pig. "We had better light the lamp again," said the fox. "Mr. Dog may be lost in the woods. If he sees the light, he is sure to come to it." "Very well," said the cat. "I will light it." Mr. Dog still stood at the door. He heard the lamp being lit. Then a bright light shone from the window. "All ready," said the fox. "You go first, cat, then you, pig. I will go last." "Shh," said the cat. "We're all ready." "Open the door," said the fox. "Oh dear, Mr. Dog's in trouble, isn't he? Oh dear." Chapter 2 is called The Skylight. "What shall I do? What shall I do?" said Mr. Dog. He said it in such a low tone that no one heard him. "I must get away as quick as I can." He stole away from the door and round to the back of the little house. He was only just in time. The door opened and a bright light shone out from it. Mr. Dog saw the light on the trees. The cat ran out, the pig ran out, and last of all, the fox ran out. The fox shut the door after him. Well, that's sensible, isn't it? Mr. Dog saw them, and then they were lost in the dark. They will jump on me if I do not hide, said Mr. Dog. But where shall I hide? If I run away, they will come after me and jump on me. He ran into a ladder. A ladder, he said. I must go up to the roof of the house. I will go up the ladder and hide on the roof. Now, that's sensible. He went up the ladder, rung by rung. When he got to the top, he got onto the roof. He held on and looked down to the ground. He saw the cat and the pig and the fox run round the house like dark shadows. The cat said, What is this ladder doing here? Hush, said the fox. I put it there when I was mending the roof. Shall we take it down? Yes, said the cat. We do not want Mr. Dog to find it. He might go up and hide on the roof. Is he there now? Said the pig. Mr. Dog kept very still. No, said the fox. He must be lost in the woods. We had better take the ladder down. Mr. Dog heard them moving about below. He heard the ladder scrape on the roof. Look out, said the cat. It's falling, said the pig. Get out of the way, said the fox. The ladder fell with a crash, and they all said, There. Mr. Dog heard them moving about, and then all was still again. They have gone off to hunt for me, said Mr. Dog, but he did not dare to move for a long time. If I stay here, said Mr. Dog, they will come back and find me and put me in a box and make me wash up and sweep and dust and polish. He felt about on the roof. He felt the thatch, and then he felt the skylight. Ah, he said, this is the skylight. I will open it, and then I can get into the little house. I will think what to do when I get inside. He lifted the skylight. It was hard work getting it up, as it often is, children. But at last he got it right open. Then he kept still again and listened, but he heard no one. They must be looking for me along the little path in the woods, he said. He got in at the skylight and dropped into a very dark room. It was so dark that he saw nothing at all, but he felt with his paws till he felt the wall. Then he ran his paws along the wall till he felt a door. When he opened the door, he saw a light shining up from the lamp down below, and he saw a flight of stairs going down. I will go down the stairs, he said, and I will see what there is to see. Then I will think what is the best thing to do. He went down the stairs. He listened with both ears, but he heard no one. The light got brighter as he went down. He came to the room where the light was, and he looked in. There was a table in the room with 3 chairs round it, one for the cat, one for the pig, and one for the fox, said Mr. Dog. The lamp was on the table, and there was a big box with the lid open. The box is all ready for me, said Mr. Dog. Well, we shall see who goes into the box, and I do not think it will be me. He opened the door of another room and looked in. The light shone into the room, and he saw all the things in it. He saw a table and chairs and cups and plates and 2 jugs and a teapot and all kinds of things. I'll let you make your own assumptions about what else might be in there. But then he saw 2 ropes. These are what I want, he said, and smiled. He put the ropes beside the box. Now I can get them when I want them, he said. Mr. Dog stood very still for a long time. I have a plan, he said at last. First of all, I will put out the light. I will stand at the door and be ready for them when they come in. I must get them to come in one at a time. I think I can do that. Then I must make them think there is more than one of me. I think I can do that too. And after that, we shall see what there is to see. He put out the light and went to the door, and then he waited there in the dark. Oh, Mr. Dog's got a cunning plan. What do you think he's going to do? Well, you can have a think about it for a minute, because I'm going to take a little pause and show you some pictures. So look at the pictures, don't fidget. I'll be back in a minute with the rest of the story. And here we are again. And back to Mr. Dog, who's in the little house in the woods, waiting for the cat, the pig, and the fox. Chapter 3 is called Mr. Dog's Plan. It was very dark in the little house. Mr. Dog stood at the door with the box and the ropes beside him. He was ready for the cat and the pig and the fox. There was nothing more to do but wait, and he waited a long time. At last he heard the cat talking. "Why is the light not shining?" said the cat. "We lit the lamp before we went out to hunt for Mr. Dog." "He must have gone out," said the pig. "Oh no," said the fox. "I filled it with oil, so it cannot have gone out." "It is very strange," said the cat. "Hush," said the fox. There was no sound for some time. Then the talking began again. "Go in and see what it is, pig," said the cat. "No," said the pig. "You go first." "I don't want to go first," said the cat. "You go, and then I will go." "No, you first," said the pig. "Then I will go first," said the fox. Mr. Dog stood ready to jump. The door opened and the fox came in. As soon as he was inside, Mr. Dog jumped at the door and shut it with a bang. Then he turned and jumped on the fox. "Bite him!" shouted Mr. Dog in a very high tone. "Bite him!" shouted Mr. Dog in a very low tone. "Bite him!" shouted Mr. Dog in a sort of halfway tone. It was too dark for the fox to see there was only one Mr. Dog. "There must be 3 of them," he said. "I cannot fight 3 of them. I give in." "Very well," said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. "If you give in, you must jump into the box. Here it is, all ready for you." "Be quick about it," said Mr. Dog in a very low tone. "Jump in quick, or we shall bite." "As quick as you can," said Mr. Dog in a sort of halfway tone. "Here, let me have a bite before he jumps in." "No, no," said the fox. "I will jump in at once." The fox jumped into the box. Mr. Dog banged down the lid and turned the key. "That is one of them safe," said Mr. Dog. "Now I must get ready for the next. I will take the cat next." He took up one of the ropes. "What is it, Fox?" the cat shouted. "Shall we come in and help you?" "It is all right," said Mr. Dog in a tone just like the fox's. "It is all right. You may come in, cat, but the pig must not come in yet." "All right," said the cat. "I will come in, but not the pig." The cat opened the door and came in. As soon as she was inside, Mr. Dog shut the door with a bang. Then he turned and he jumped on the cat. "Bite her!" said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. "Bite her!" said Mr. Dog in a very low tone. "Bite her!" said Mr. Dog in a sort of halfway tone. The cat did not see that there was only one Mr. Dog. "There must be 3 of them," she said. "I cannot fight all 3. I give in." "Very well," said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. "If you give in, you must stand still. If you move, we shall all 3 bite. Stand still, cat." "Give me the rope," said Mr. Dog in a very low tone. "I will put the rope round her. You 2 be ready to bite if she moves. Stand still, cat." "Here is the rope," said Mr. Dog in a sort of halfway tone. "I will be ready to bite if she moves. Stand still, cat." Mr. Dog put the rope round and round the cat. I don't know if he did a TK or any munter hitches, but he put the rope round and round the cat, and he made it fast. "2 of them safe," said Mr. Dog. "I must be ready for the pig." He took up the other rope. "What is it, Fox? What is it, cat?" shouted the pig. "Shall I come in and help you?" "It is all right," said Mr. Dog in a tone just like the fox's. "It is all right. You can come in, pig." "It is all right," said Mr. Dog in a tone just like the cat's. "It is all right. You can come in, pig." "I am glad it's all right," said said the pig. I did not like the sounds you were making, and I cannot tell what you were up to. But I will come in. The pig opened the door and went in. As soon as it was inside, Mr. Dog shut the door with a bang. Then he jumped on the pig. Bite it, said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. Bite it, said Mr. Dog in a very low tone. Bite it, said Mr. Dog in a sort of halfway tone. Note the piggy's non-binary. There's advanced for 1958 or whenever this was written. The pig did not see that there was only one Mr. Dog. There must be three of them, it said. And what have they done to the fox and the cat? I cannot fight all three of them. I give in. Very well, said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. If you give in, you must stand still. If you move, we shall all three of us bite you. Stand still, pig. Where is the rope? Said Mr. Dog in a very low tone. I will put the rope round the pig. You two be ready to bite if it moves. Stand still, pig. Here is the rope, said Mr. Dog in a sort of halfway tone. I will be ready to bite the pig if it moves. Stand still, pig. Now I have all three of them safe, said Mr. Dog. Oh, we didn't get the bondage ritual with the pig, did we? Never mind. I shall have to think what to do with them. I cannot keep them here, so I must get rid of them in some way or another. Chapter 4 is called Off Like the Wind. I must not let them see there is only one Mr. Dog, said Mr. Dog, so he waited in the dark. At last he said, I see now how I can get rid of them, and I do not think they will come back. He took up the box with the fox in it, put it on his back. He opened the door and went out and shut the door after him. Where are you taking me? Said the fox in a fright. Mr. Dog said nothing, but he walked on. He walked up and down to make the fox think they were going a long way. At last he put the box down. He turned the key in the lock and sat on the lid. Let me out! Shouted the fox. He jumped about in the box, but Mr. Dog sat on the lid. Look out, both of you, said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. When I lift the lid, be ready to rush at the fox. We shall see who gets the first bite. That will be fun, said Mr. Dog in a very low tone. I shall be the first to get a bite. No, no, said Mr. Dog in a sort of halfway tone. I shall be the first to get a bite. I must be ready, said the fox. He got ready to run for his life as soon as the lid was lifted. All ready, said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. Now here goes the fox. Mr. Dog lifted the lid. In a flash, the fox was out and away. He went off like the wind. Mr. Dog ran after the fox for a little way. He barked and shouted as he ran. Let me get at him, he shouted in a very high tone. I just want one bite, that's all. Let me get at him, he shouted in a very low tone. I just want 2 bites, that is all. Let me get at him, he shouted in a sort of halfway tone. I just want 3 bites, that is all. The fox ran on and on. He ran like the wind. He ran like a fast little train. He ran so far and so fast that he never got back again. Well, said Mr. Dog, I've got rid of one at any rate. The fox will not come back. He went back to the little house. First, he took the rope off the cat, and then he popped her into the box before she had time to get away, and he turned the key. He took the cat to another part of the wood. Look out, both of you, said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. When I lift the lid, be ready to rush at the cat. We shall see who gets the first bite. Ha ha, said Mr. Dog in a very low tone. I think I shall get the first bite. I think I shall, said Mr. Dog in a sort of halfway tone. All ready? Said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. The cat jumped out in a flash, and off she went like the wind. Mr. Dog ran after her for a little way. He barked and shouted as he ran. Let me get at her, he shouted in a very high tone. I just want 2 bites, that is all. Let me get at her, he shouted in a very low tone. I just want 4 bites, that is all. Let me get at her, he shouted in a sort of halfway tone. I just want 6 bites, that is all. It's plenty, isn't it? Goodness me, they must be hungry. The cat ran like the wind. She ran like a fast little train. She ran so fast and so far that she did not get back again. Now there is only the pig left, said Mr. Dog. He went back to the little house. Just as before, he took the rope off the pig popped the pig into the box, turned the key before the pig had time to get away. He took the pig to still another part of the wood. "Look out, both of you," said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. "Be ready to rush at the pig. We shall see who gets the first bite." "Let me out," shouted the pig. "I will run away and never come back." "You had better run quick then," said Mr. Dog in a very low tone. "I want 4 bites." "8 bites, that is what I want," said Mr. Dog in a sort of halfway tone. "Already?" said Mr. Dog in a very high tone. He lifted the lid. The pig fell out and rolled over. But it was up in a flash, and off it went like the wind. Mr. Dog stood and barked at it. It ran on and on and on, and did not come back. "Now I have got rid of them all," said Mr. Dog. He went back to the little house and lit the lamp. He looked all round and saw what there was to see. "No one seems to own the little house in the woods," he said, "so I think I will come and live here. I like washing up and sweeping and dusting and polishing, so I shall soon have it smart and tidy. If we happen to be in the woods, we can tap at the door, and Mr. Dog will ask us in to have tea in his bright, smart, tidy room. And with the tea we shall have the little cakes that Mr. Dog can make, so here is a long word to end with, beautifully." Did you like that story? Pigs and cats in bondage? It's a change, isn't it? I hope you've all been good and that you're going to carry on being good for the rest of the week. But next week we'll be having a more grown-up story time. So you can just look forward to that. Now go and wash your hands. Bye-bye.
Hi, Graham from Affordable Leather Products here. In this video I'm just going to talk about one item from our range of bondage and BDSM gear, but it's a very special product. If you like strap-on play or pegging and you like your toys big, no, bigger than that, yes, that big, then you need a harness that's going to be able to deal with not only the size but the weight of the dildo you're using. Most strap-on harnesses are okay for small toys, but when it comes to the bigger ones, they can't support them properly, or the dildo will fall out as its weight pulls it through the hole or the ring in the harness. So we've designed a harness which can take the biggest toys around for the ultimate in pegging action. Our giant strap-on dildo harnesses are custom made to your measurements and to fit the largest toy you'll want to use with it. This is one we've just made for a customer, and it's the biggest one ever, taking the Mr. Hanky Ogre 4XL dildo that's over 5 1/3 inches or 13.5 centimeters in diameter. Unfortunately, we don't have the toy itself to demonstrate in the harness, but first of all, you unbuckle the side straps to allow yourself to step into the harness. Then you put the toy through the hole in the front panel and buckle up the restraining strap to hold it in place. Once you've done that, you fasten the adjustable waist straps and secure it to your body. This harness is made from 2.6 to 2.8 mil thick belting leather for strength and has a 4-inch or 10 centimeter wide back belt for support. This version also has the comfort option, which has soft edging stitched along each edge of the harness and on the back belt to stop it digging into you. Plus it has soft padding on the crotch strap to reduce any uncomfortable pressure on sensitive parts of the anatomy. The design of the harness allows you to use smaller size toys than the maximum size that it's designed for, and obviously you don't need to use a dildo as big as the one this harness will take, since we can make it for whatever size you want. But if you want to use it for a wide range of toy sizes, we can provide extra front panels which you can swap between. The giant dildo harness is for those who take their strap-on play seriously, and it will give you, or your subject, a lot of pleasure for many years to come. You can see it and our whole range of leather and metal bondage and BDSM toys on our website at affordable-leather.co.uk.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's a great day. That's what we say. Happy birthday to you.
In my 20s, I met a man who wanted to put his bibbly bobbly bits into my mouth. Now I was fine with this, just one little wrinkle. His cock was the diameter of a Coke can. Wouldn't go in. Like, what the hell do you want me to do with this? Gnaw on it like a kebab? He was hot and I was young and stupid, so we decided to let it go down and just pop it in soft and see what would happen. Now, I don't know if you've ever tried to inflate a bouncy castle. Inside a Mini Cooper. There was an awful lot of teeth. And suspiciously, an unusual amount of jawache. So we decided to call it a night. Now, the next morning, I was having it shaved, because I was young, clean shaven back then. I was doing that thing where you stretch your jaw from side to side so that you can do the skin. And there was a huge cracking sound. And my flatmate ran in from another room to the bathroom. I went, "What was that sound?" To find me rolling around on the floor going, "I think it was my dignity going back." That's when I realised a very important life lesson. I'm not a snake.
Here we just feel. Welcome.
My church, believe it or not, was worse because they believed in abstinence, which is not a really fun kind of alcohol. No. It turns out abstinence is not doing it at all. And my church had some very creative ways to get us not to do it. My church's sex education was one sentence, just one. This is what they told us the week we learned about sex. If you don't have a particular body part yourself, you are not allowed to touch it on other people. Bad news for all the other kids, worked out very well for me. They've not brought that through. They're away now.
I'm really annoyed, this pisses me off, when there's like a mainstream film or a really best-selling book comes out and you read it and you're quite happy, you close it, you're done, and then afterwards the author, J.K. Rowling, goes, "Oh, by the way, Dumbledore was gay." Don't tell me after the fact that doesn't help any child growing up feeling alone that they're gay. Right, if you want Dumbledore to be gay, the next time he says Expelliarmus in print, I want something zipping out of somebody's arse. Like, to actually show us in the book. Don't do it in a tweet.
Are you a superhero? Are you fighting injustice in this world? Do you want to kick COVID's butt? Then grab a mask to outlast this pandemic. If you're into the themes of punk, fetish, gender fuckery, or neurodiversity, this is for you. Come, join the other misfits, freaks, and weirdos, and celebrate your own unique expression!
Now that first night I also learned something else, which was they were very hot on the idea of safe words. Right, for those of you who don't know, it's a word or phrase you agree up front, and then if it all gets a bit much, if the clamps are too tight, you can say, Theresa May, and everybody stops. Little tip from me, make sure it's something easy to remember. Otherwise you're in a whole heap of trouble. Now, it became like a handshake, you know, when you met somebody, oh, what's your safe word? And that's how we all operated. But years later, I've discovered that's absolute rubbish, because the very best safe words, you know, the ones that work every time, are never agreed in advance. This one's particularly effective. Uh-oh. Picture the scene. One of you is putting ping pong balls in a piping bag. We've all been there. The other one's winding up a Van de Graaff generator. One of you says, uh-oh, nobody moves till we work out what's going on. Another one that works really well is whoops. Oh, shit, is this DP or mayonnaise? Whoops. Open up, it's the police. You're back early, Mum. One that works really well in our house is, oh my God, there's a cat in the room! I swear to you, they can teleport. It doesn't matter how firmly you shut the door. Halfway through, they'll be purring approval on a pillow. I don't care how cute and furry you are, you're not coming near my balls if you've got teeth and claws. And it's really easy. If you're confused, how do you get consent? Add 2 words to the start of any sentence involving somebody else. May I? So if I want to do a fist bump, may I? Boom, I've got consent. Simple as that, half a second. Now, after one show, a guy came up and went, but how do I send unsolicited dick pics to women? If I have to ask for consent and they're not unsolicited, I've got an answer for you there, mate. Right? There are forums online where there are women with their contact details who want unsolicited dick pics. Send away. Although I do have to warn you, quite a lot of those women are men.
I did learn from the kink community though, there are these things called leather families. Do any of you know about this? Leather families. I get a whistle stretch off some of you. It's just, you know, the leather families, it's basically, if you're a bit kinky, you can have different kinds of intimate relationships. It's not just like your romantic other. You can have a puppy in your life, like a human puppy, somebody like a human who does puppy play, or you can have a submissive or a slave. It's all kind of role play, but it means that you meet people in the kink community who go, this is my slave, this is my slave's puppy, this is my boyfriend's slave's priest, this is my priest's slave's puppy's boyfriend, you know, this is my husband's slave's puppy's girlfriend, and I'm Jeff, I'm single.
Hi, Debbie Spank here. I've been asked to do a podcast on a little bit of history of Spank. Yeah, before I start, I'd like to say that I'm really missing everybody and missing Lamb, and I hope you're all keeping safe and well. Yeah, firstly, the name Spank. I think I'll leave that to your imagination of why I would have called it that. Yeah, I started the business in 1986. I was working as a manageress in Oxford Street, Jean Genie, and I was really had a passion for fashion, and I just started making little things like earrings for curtain rings, and I used to customize things from I picked up from Oxfam, and people really liked my creations. So I decided to get a little market stall in Camden, and it was difficult, yeah, because I was working full time in Oxford Street and also trying to make stuff and working weekends and evenings, and eventually I decided to take a chance and give up my full-time job, which was a big shock to the system, because I was sitting in a bed sit in Brixton trying to make clothes, which wasn't an easy task, I must say. Yeah, I think I really decided that my best part of my business was me designing and selling. So I decided to try and get out workers, machinists, to help with the actual making. I remember the first day in Camden I did it. It was like snowing, and I took £5. But yeah, I persisted, and things did get better. So I took on another stall in Camden Market up in the stables. So I had two stalls. I had someone working for me, and at the time I was it was more tie dyes, my earlier designs, and I used to make flared sleeve tops, and I used to sew motifs on the front, and then I used to tie dye them. I started, yeah, they sold really well. And I started doing the Festi circuit, Glastonbury, Reading, all of those festivals. And things were going really well. I thought, as I'm talking, I'd put up a few of my old creations through the years, Spank designs. As you can see, it's going to change quite a lot up until where we are today. This is my shop in Camden. Yeah, as you can see, it's kind of like it's going a bit cyber club wear, and still got my tie dyes there. I also took on two stalls in Kensington Market. One was up on the first floor next to Red Bull's on Fire, an excellent glam rock designer from Los Angeles. Yeah, we used to get a lot of people coming in. Alice Cooper used to hang out, and Robert Smith from The Cure. And yeah, I'm going to do a bit of name dropping now. I had Debbie Harry came to my shop, and Kylie Minogue came to my shop. I must say, when I was in Camden Market, it was about 87, I think. Madonna's agent came in and brought a pair of orange hot pants, crushed velvet. I'll never forget it, because Hanky Spanky came out about the same time as I called my business Spank, which was really convenient. Anyway, I'm just going off the subjects. Yeah, so where was I? Actually, while I'm on that subject, when I was in the shop in Camden Market, it was in the Stables Market. It had 2 floors. It was quite a big shop. This guy came in at the end of the day, and he said he was going on tour with The Cure. His name was Paul. He was the bass player, and he ended up buying a lot of outfits. Here are some of the pictures of my shop and some of the outfits I was doing then. And he spent £800, which was great. But I should have took some pictures. But hey, I never even asked for his autograph. Silly woman. But yeah, that's my claim to fame. Anyway, I'm still actually making a few things for friends in bands. Here's a picture of Raymond from Pig, and he's a couple of outfits I made for him for his tour in America and Japan. I will say, I was one point in my life that I thought I should franchise the business because I thought it would make it easier. But so many of my customers said, "Oh no, please, please, you'll just sell out. Your stuff is so individual, and that's great. So don't mass market it." But it would have been easier for me, and it would have made more money. But I don't think it's all about money anyway. I think in this business or any business, you've either got to be very big or small. I don't think there's anything in the middle because of the VAT and all that, which I've struggled with when I did once go there. But I think it's better to keep small now. Anyway, back to my story. When eventually Kensington Market sadly closed down and Camden Market became very mainstream, I decided to pull out. So that was when I was thinking, where am I going to go now? So I came across London Alternative Market, which was perfect for where I was going with my designing. Yeah, what do I enjoy about my job most? That's another question. I think probably the happiness that I can see in people's faces when a customer comes in and they may be big ladies, small ladies, or have issues with their bodies, like I'm sure we all do. And they walk out and they're really feeling sexy in the clothes, and men as well. I do a lot of men's clothes, really into men's clothes at the moment, getting new designs all the time. But yeah, the selling, I don't push, but I love to see people happy with the purchase and the designing. I love the designing. Just that sometimes you get so many in your head and it's too much. You just can't get it all out there. What's the best feedback I've received? I would say probably the hugs I've had from ladies and men that have come into my stall and been so happy and said that you made my day because I went out and I felt really happy and felt really confident. I would say that's, I've even had tears from customers sometimes, which is beautiful, I think. Anyway, I think I've answered all the questions and I'm showing you lots of pictures of all the clothes through the years of Spank. I will just say one thing, that when I eventually did give up my job, which was 1986, my mother said, no, don't give it up. But, you know, in retrospect, I'm very pleased I did. I know I was a bit of a high flyer with managing and going around the country and troubleshooting. But, you know, I would encourage anybody to take a chance. It's hard work. It's really hard work. Maybe that's why I never got married or had kids, because it's been my baby, but it's been worth it. Anyway, guys, I think I better close there. I'm really, really looking forward to seeing you all again, and I hope you're all keeping really well and safe. It's not an easy time, I must admit, but things can only get better, eh? Much love to all. Bye. Oh, and I've forgotten the most important thing. Where you can find me and buy my lovely wares. www.spankonline.co.uk. Yeah, please check out my website, and yeah, any queries, any questions, don't hesitate to get hold of me. Okay, guys, see you soon. Bye.
And that brings us through to a couple of minutes past 4 o'clock. And that means it's time for our second workshop. Now, as I said earlier, this is one of those that a piece of research came out this morning that I really wish I'd have known about before I recorded this workshop, because that would have been absolutely integrated into it. So if you get to the bit where it's talking about perspectives, then think to yourself, that's the bit that I was going to add this new research into, because as I mentioned in HMP this afternoon, turns out a new understanding of quantum physics, two people can in fact be right at the same time. Quite frankly, because the process of observing and monitoring a quantum can change the outcome of the quantum. Simple as that. Crazy, I know, but actually the same thing can occur very much with perspectives. You can have opposing perspectives that are both right in the same space and time, because at a fundamental atomic level, they are both correct solutions. But there we go. Fry your noodle around that one. So I'll just hand this straight over to myself and the workshop as intended. Why kink is less binary than it first appears. Just a quick preface into the workshop here. Obviously, if you're listening to this, then you're interested in kink. We all find kink at different stages in our life, and therefore it fundamentally can mean different things to all of us in different ways. Kinks can be incredibly general or highly specific. Your kinks won't necessarily reflect the kinks of others. It may initially seem like it's a simple area or activity, but in fact, on further investigation and analysis, it's a lot more complex. And understanding yourself is key to communicating clearly with others. For additional resources in this area, look further into the LAM archive, on social media for the Kink Shrink, or the Scene Counsellor. Just to reiterate, LAM has a kink positive policy, and that we are open to all genders and sexualities, as long as you see kink as a positive influence in our lives. Yes, we're even open to those that are non-kinky themselves, as long as they can accept its positive influence in our lives. To go one stage further, we really don't care what's between your legs, who you want between your legs, if you want anything between your legs, if you want to change what's between your legs, or if you don't consider yourself to be a sexual being at all. You know what? Even if you're attracted to objects, it's one of those. As long as you can accept and welcome other kinksters and their individuality, then this is kind of the right place for you already. But having said that, when we start off, it's obviously a different world and a new world, so it's helpful to give some people some initial signposts. So, to cover a quick agenda, what is kink? How diverse a range of kinks are there? The influence of perspective on your perception of diversity, the importance of self-awareness and personal responsibility, the importance of setting boundaries when you explore the world of kink, the role of managing your risks, or your role in managing your risks, I should say, the fact that not all areas are as clear as others, and possibly aren't necessarily activities for those initially engaging, and how things might actually work in reality in terms of human-human interactions. So, a quick definition. Well, according to Wikipedia, we have the kink sexuality, but also the kink of bending metal. So, quite frankly, if you're here for the metal work, go direct to Fudge Bills. I think you're not going to be disappointed. However, if you're here for the kink in the sexuality perspective, then you're definitely in the right place, and carry on from here. Well, kinks are the things that we get pleasure or from or do for pleasure. The kind of activities that we get enjoyment out of. Quite often these are things that we would put more effort into than other tasks in our life. I hesitate to use the word fetish because, quite frankly, that does cover everything from collections and the fact that people dote over their collections of whatever the object may be. Well, the attention that they pay to them, the loving, the caring, that is a fetish in its definition. So I'm going to stick clear and talk specifically on kink. These are the things that we focus on, as I said, above normal levels. So you don't find anyone who's casually into rope bondage, for example. People tend to be very, very focused, very fixed on what they like out of it, their particular style, etc. But that having been said, kink can be sexual and non-sexual depending on the person, depending on what you're looking for from the situation. So don't automatically assume that everyone has the same level of sexual interest in the activities that they engage in. Some people are very non-sexual. Some people are non-sexual in certain aspects of their kink, but not in others. And again, this is an area where diversity quickly becomes clear and opens up. Obviously, kinks can also be a solo or group activity, and again, understanding yourself and your boundaries is important to that, but more so important when you start interacting with others. Kinks obviously as well can be both fantasy and reality, and let's be perfectly blunt on this one, there are some kinks that are left or best left in the world of fantasy. You know what, if you can't give a realistic role play or simulation, then you're not exercising your mind as much as you should. And obviously there are a number of things that are on the wrong side of the law that you don't want to step across into. Obviously, kink can also be a part-time activity or a more full-time activity. And again, this can influence the perspective and understanding of diversity, because you can have two people who may identify as male dominants, but obviously they are very much different individuals, and there is a great deal of diversity in the perspectives of those individuals if one is, shall we say, within a structured private relationship bedroom only, and another person, well, doesn't have any fabric clothes in their wardrobe. So you get a different perspective and understanding from there. Obviously, they can be very specific and consented to, or such as a play scenario where you negotiate heavily in advance, right the way through to non-scripted or consensual, non-consensual type relationships. And what I would always say to people is, this is a situation where you need to be very careful what you ask for. I know it's been an odd year and a bit for most people, but I've received some very amusing, chuckly messages through this year. One of the popular ones seems to be, tie me up and choke me. Well, when it's coming from very, very young people via apps, etc., my standard response tends to be, cool, brilliant, I'll tie you up and feed you a packet of dry Weetabix. Because let's face it, that's a form of choking, but probably not the choking that they were thinking of. But it does encourage people to actually think and realize that there is often more than one way of achieving the result that they're looking for. Obviously, I don't think they had that form of choking in mind, but there we go. It does teach people to communicate a little bit better. So what actually is diversity? Well, let's be honest, it's probably anything that is other than the normal. But the problem with that is, what exactly is the normal? We work and operate in areas that, let's be perfectly honest, there isn't a great deal of openness and transparency. It's not as if we're all filling in regular Kinsey-style surveys and therefore the government can monitor what people are doing in their bedrooms. It's unrealistic to expect to say and define what normal is nowadays. And to be perfectly honest, how and what is normal has obviously changed as society has moved, evolved, etc. Certainly in my lifetime, I have witnessed huge changes in people's understanding and acceptance of other people's sexuality, where things were very much pejorative terms in the 80s. You would now be the odd person out for making that kind of comment. In fact, I would thoroughly expect a number of people to take issue with you from things that were considered to be a joke back in the day. So things do move along and move forward, and that's really, again, an indication that diversity is also about change and a non-homogeneous group of people. Might not always be waving the flag, because quite frankly, if we look at this, certainly from a lens of an individualistic perspective, you find that actually we're all diverse because we all have unique individual interests. And if you look at people and treat people from that perspective, then you often find pockets of diversity in interesting places. It also helps if you understand how broad your field of vision is. If you are only peering through a small crack into the fetish world, let's say, for example, your entire interaction or exposure has been a limited number of people, well, that's not covering the breadth of depth of diversity that is out there. Equally, if you're coming in through only one platform, doesn't matter if it's a large social media platform such as FetLife or a hidden Facebook group or a WhatsApp or Telegram group or some kind of chat interface, or heavens forbid, even an app like Whippler. They all have different perspectives and a slightly skewed and distorted perspective on what kink actually is, because it's not possible to build a completely open platform community. You have to have some boundaries and definitions to start off with. So got to understand how wide and broad is the area that you're looking for. Equally, what exactly are you looking for? Because if you are looking for something incredibly specific, incredibly niche, you are looking for a diversity that you feel mirrors and matches you, almost to the level of looking for a twin or clone fetish, then you may find it incredibly difficult, because the narrower you define what you're looking for, the harder it is going to be to actually find that. It's a law of numbers. It's as simple as that. Really, as I said, the more specific the thing you're looking for, the longer it's going to take you to find it. It's as simple as that. And equally, not all diversity is immediately apparent. I know an awful lot of people who physiologically would appear to be in the boundaries of what people would call normal, but in fact they are highly creative, neurodiverse individuals who sit well and truly in interesting places on the spectrum. It's not always abundantly apparent to people what diversity is. So my thought on this one is always, we should always try to keep our minds and eyes open for what diversity is and where it can be found. And certainly when I was searching and preparing for this workshop, one of the keywords I pumped into a search engine was human sexuality word map, and lifted this one, obviously with credit here to the author, just to illustrate the fact that if you took any individual blog, resource, and actually word mapped it, you'd get a very different response in terms of the weighting, the mentioning of words, and the types of words that are involved in all of this. So just the subject and area of human sexuality, massively diverse, before we then start diving further into kink and sexuality. And some of you may have seen this before, the map of the lands of human sexuality, or the maps of kink. Again, a good way of illustrating this, but at the same time, it sets up some myths, because it might appear to some that some kinks are linked or close together or overlapping, but in fact that's not necessarily going to be true of all individuals in all situations. You might have someone who is into two kinks that appear to be closely related, but another person enjoys one but has the other as a hard limit. So again, it's about communication and understanding and searching for the diversity rather than any level of assumption. Either an assumption that someone is diverse because they fit into a particular demographic that you perceive, or that they're in fact not diverse. It's one of those, it's all about the open communication that builds those bridges and understandings. And equally, when you look and just do a simple analysis such as the percentage of a population who are into a particular kink. For illustration purposes here, I've picked 3 separate activities. It doesn't actually matter what they are as activities, but if we take, for example, activity 1 as being something mild, such as a gentle spanking, well, the extremely mild, you're going to find a small number of people who are in that delicate zone. That is their happy space, either because that is the sensation they're looking for, or it might even be that their perception and interaction with pain is a diverse one and it's not in the same position as yours. As that activity goes up and becomes more intense, you're going to pick up a greater number of people that will engage in it. But then as you go over that median point, you will start to reduce in the numbers who engage in that particular activity. Looking at activity 2, this might be something that is a more generalist type item. Let's say it's wearing a collar. Okay, something that an awful lot of people will be into, will enjoy, and let's say the mild version or the extremely mild is your Velcro collar, something that clips on and off, relatively simple. Going up to the medium or mild, where we've got some kind of clasp or catch or buckle type mechanism, and then going further forward to where we're talking about maybe a padlocking collar, something that padlocks in place. On the heavier end, possibly something that can only be put in place with a specialist type tool. And then the very extreme end of the spectrum, and these people are out there and they do exist, where they will have a hot snapped collar riveted onto them. Now, this particular process is a lot more tricky and obviously intricate, because it involves an incredibly hot piece of metal being inserted into a hole and banged between two stamps, quite often a matter of inches from a person's face or neck. So it's not the kind of activity that everyone's going to engage in. But just to illustrate there, you can have a diversity in an area that you might initially think of as being quite uniform. Something as simple as collars, both ends of the spectrum. They're all the same activity, but a diverse way of experiencing and interacting with it. And this brings me on to the point that this is a lot also to do with the perspective and the fact that our past experiences define our current tolerances and also heavily weigh on our perceptions. So, for example, knitting and extreme ironing may not segregate together as activities, but that's not to say that they can't segregate together. It may be that the fact that we're talking about possibilities and probabilities, the two things are possible, but actually, given the fact that knitting tends to be an older person's activity, and that's not exclusively because, you know what, I do know some young people who knit, I know some young people who crochet, and again, it's to show that diversity. But the majority of people engaged in that activity are doing so as a retirement pursuit. So at the end of the day, you're not likely to find someone wanting to knit one, purl one, then hike up Kilimanjaro to do a little bit of extreme ironing on their TikTok, YouTube, Insta channel or whatever. Equally, are you actually looking through a keyhole with a limited amount of contact and connection into the wider world? Or are you one of those people who's flying and looking from above, taking a much more 10,000 foot overview of what's going on? And that's an individual thing. Some people are driven to that minutiae. Other people like to look at the broader big picture. And this again is introduced by our life's experiences, how extreme situations you tend to get yourself into. Not everyone is the kind of person who will go, you know what, devil be damned to it, I'm going to lean into this and I'm going to do a regular live stream for LAM. You know what, doesn't surprise many people because I'm an extrovert. I'm the kind of person who wants to be there talking at the front of the room because that's part of my kink and part of my buzz. Equally, upbringing, your values, what you consider to be acceptable and normal plays a huge influence on this. And again, I'm going to have to throw in a bingo one here for the kink shrink: epigenetics. The experiences of generations before you can have an influence on you. And that doesn't have to be something that you are aware of. It can be on a completely subconscious level and something that you may not have any knowledge of whatsoever. It's one of those things that you need to think of and encounter. I see this a lot in other aspects of my work, where people fall into different groups, where they have different levels of reaction, from the completely naive and blasé right the way through to the absolutely massive high levels of anxiety at the end of their tether. And quite often, after you dig and delve, you find that there may in fact be some connections that go back multiple generations that illustrate why that person has a response. Technically speaking, it's all because the histone binding proteins wrap around the DNA to protect it, but that actually gets transcribed and passed on from one generation to the next. Well worth looking up, or just check it in with one of the many kink shrink sessions. But it also is heavily dependent on how well you actually know yourself. Certainly from my own perspective on this one, I'm very much aware that there are probably a good 8 to 10 phases of my life where my understanding and perception evolved quite dramatically, either because of events or different aspects or different people that I met and interacted with in my life. I hope that I continue to learn about myself and learn about the people around me, but that's one of those. But ultimately, the nature of perspective is best summed up in this particular graphic. And I think it's probably one of the best metaphors from kink, because we have to understand that how things appear or seem are very much dictated by our perception. And I put on here that this is probably a very apt model for how people play in public spaces, because that's something where the vast majority of us can relate to having seen it. So I think back to a case at one of the LAM after parties many, many years ago. There was a couple in the dungeon. They were having a very intense play session. It was involving the kind of toys that most people aren't going to be interested in engaging with. The bats, the clubs, the heavier items. The submissive on the cross was very much wriggling and writhing, quite a noisy submissive in this particular setting. Eventually the toys got heavier and heavier and heavier until the point where they literally reached the point of collapsing on the cross and had to be taken down. Now, the interesting thing is there were a number of people that I presumed to be quite experienced in the room that I heard from later who were very upset at what had gone on that particular day, because their perception of what happened was very different from the reality. And it became quite heated. It even broiled into social media, and after a little bit of time of people screaming and shouting and saying how wrong it was from one perspective or another, I waded in and explained that actually they'd spoken to us beforehand. We were aware that it was an intense scene, and that's why there were 2 dungeon monitors allocated to being very close to where they were playing. Not actually to need to supervise them as players, but actually to prevent anyone else stepping in and interrupting what they were doing. Because unfortunately in their world, being that noisy, playing that aggressively, they couldn't really do so at home. So their once a month opportunity for that cathartic release to bond together only came through our event. Now, that's very different to the person who was offended and upset at the sight of it, because they have a lot of things that they can attend to get their kink together, to get satisfaction out of what they're looking for. So in fact, the person who was in the minority was the extreme player, and it was those individuals that needed to be protected in that particular setting. And I think that's one of the things that is very important with this style of graphic, is to understand that sometimes your perspective is missing some of the vital information that needs to be put in. So, to talk about self-awareness and personal responsibility, I'm a great advocate in this area. I'm very, very clear that no one should anticipate or expect that anyone in kink is self-aware and takes personal responsibility for their actions. And the reason why I say this is that if you enter the world saying that everyone is perfect, everyone is wonderful, everyone does the most amazing things, then when you run into a problem, then that illusion that's been built up is shattered, and that is problematic for an awful lot of people. It's actually a lot more healthy to say, don't anticipate it, but work towards it, because that way you're more likely to get the outcome that you're looking for. And this specifically isn't about blaming people, it's about engaging in the best possible way. We're all looking for something, and finding that takes awareness and also a need to be socially, to be motivated in order to engage. Number of people over the years I've heard say, well, I meant to go to an event long time ago, but I was waiting for there to be a munch in my local neighbourhood. I come from a time when there was one munch in London. You made the effort, you attended it because it was the option that was there. And equally, again, if you're not that self-aware and self-motivated, how can you expect other people to engage with you successfully? Now, we all have limits and some things that are best left in the realms of fantasy. Or at least they shouldn't be entered into lightly by both parties. And by this specifically, I mean there are things that may float your boat, that may get your juices flowing in the hottest possible way. But actually, the reality of dealing with that may not be something that you're as comfortable with. So where it might be a great idea to be blindfolded and groped by a room full of people, the reality is that when you're in that particular situation, it may be a lot more intense. So rather than jumping into the deepest of water, trying to break the world gangbang record, start slowly and build things up, because that way you can be personally responsible and self-aware of how you respond. You're not overcommitting to things and therefore ending up in a situation where you feel unpleasant or bad about things. Unless specifically stated and negotiated in advance of the situation, we are all always responsible for our own actions from the perspective of all parties involved in any situation. It's not a situation where you can say, the top was in charge, they were responsible, I was led into doing something that I didn't agree with. Okay, we all have this responsibility to say no. And equally, from a top's perspective, there are times I say no. I was talking to a friend about this the other day. Might shock you, you know what? I'm going to be open. I know women have an awful problem with men stealthing, removing condoms. It's a disgraceful, unethical activity. It does also happen in rare situations the other way around. I'm very clear with people. I'm not going to jump into a fluid-bound relationship with anyone, so it's condoms all the way. Now, funnily enough, there have been times where things have turned out to be a little bit more intense for the person than they anticipated, and usually by about the third or fourth time of them begging me to remove it and come in whatever orifice I'm enjoying at the time, I will stop and say, look, if you ask me one more time, that's it, we're done for the day. I'm going to stop, and I don't care how hot under the collar you are, we're just going to have a big cool down and you can come back another day, because that is something that I have set as a personal responsibility and I expect it to be kind of met. And I can't exactly pull back from that and be bend it or manipulate it, because that's not who I am. I've set those standards. And also, the more you explore at once, the more you need to accept responsibility for your actions and what you're doing. Unfortunately, over the years, I have known a phenomenal number of people who have found kink. They've run at it like a bull in a china shop. they've assumed that there's some almighty prize for being the person who gets through all activities the fastest, and eventually they've burnt themselves out. Sometimes in as little as 3 months, sometimes in a few years. They may come back a bit later with the tail between their legs. They may not. It entirely depends. But it's one of those things. If you are going to rush at it like a bull in a china shop, then you should expect and anticipate that you are going to need to be more responsible for any bounce back that occurs. And one of those key aspects of this is setting and maintaining boundaries. And let's be perfectly clear, they are not other people's to dictate to you. They are yours to set and maintain. I set boundaries myself. I just explained I'm not into casual fluid bound relationships. I'm very, very strict on this. I've gone this far in my life without an STI. I fully intend on going the whole way without having one. That's just one of my boundaries that I set and maintain. There are also things that are best established at the start and where there are end processes as well. Because if you bookend a scene and say, this is how we're going to start it off, and it will go all the way through until we do this activity and it ends, then it's easier to maintain those boundaries within that defined space. Obviously, if someone is pushing boundaries, take it as a huge red flag and a cue to activate your exit strategy, because having that personal responsibility, you're not going to engage in a situation where you don't have some form of exit strategy to get out if required. Okay? Understand as well that your boundaries are going to evolve and refine with time. But again, it's for you to make those decisions and understand when those timings are going to come into play. You should, wherever feasible, have regular discussions with play partners outside of play settings so that you are clearly communicating this evolution, any changes, etc. We may be awesome dominants, but there aren't many of us that are perfect mind readers. So at the end of the day, it requires that communication to build up the trust and to establish where you can go, even when the boundaries have been set. If you want to grow, quite frankly, you get a lot further with patience. Okay? And equally, the perception of time passes a lot smoother and faster if you don't apply additional stress onto it. Okay? So if you don't set up to rush and you're not pushing things, then you will find that things evolve and get to where they will be. Let's be perfectly honest. I think if we take this one, it's a common experience for all of us. Let's go back to the end of March 2020, and most of us thought this would be a short-lived thing. A couple of months and life would be back to normal. And here we are coming up on a year later. It's very, very different. So understanding that, setting those boundaries, setting those bookends is an important part and aspect of that. Okay? But the more stress we apply, the slower time goes. And I think most of us have also had some time of experiencing that. Not the easiest of things to be mindful to not actually apply that stress, but you know what? Subconscious or consciously, it is a decision that we can all have control over. So, moving on to risk management. Well, this is best summarized by what I term due diligence for deviants. There are plenty of workshops we've done on that in the past. You know what? Just as you would getting into a business relationship, you do your research and look for the problems before you encounter them. And that's what this is all about. The pre-morteming, the checks, the balances, the going through your procedures so that you are comfortable and are practiced should you need to use them. Some great workshops around the clear on consenting kink. I keep meaning to reschedule the next fully digital version of that. I will get on to that with the rest of the group today and see when we can get that into the diary. Most importantly with risk management, know what you're comfortable with and stick to those boundaries. Okay, massively important, because that way you're not allowing yourself to be taken into space that you aren't comfortable with at the end of the day. No running negotiations. Once you agree to something, stick to that. Set it as a limit. A story I've told many times, was playing with someone a few years ago. They came over, they set some quite serious boundaries. In particular, there were certain parts of my body that were not allowed to enter their body. And we played under those rules for the first 2 sessions. On the third occasion, got to about 2 o'clock in the morning, after multiple orgasms, the neighbours were banging on the ceiling. It got to the stage where they said, "Oh my God, put me out of my misery. Please, fuck me." I allowed them to calm down and I said, "I really am sorry. You'll have to leave and come back when that isn't a boundary that you have set." And actually, that relationship went on for best part of 2 years, very, very healthy. We grew a lot together. It was a wonderful time. And one of the things that made it very, very clear was the trust that was established at that point by doing that. Obviously, in terms of risk management, playing in public spaces when possible is one of the safest ways of doing it, because you have those exit strategies. And also, meeting people in public spaces is a lot more sensible. You want to meet people ideally at train stations, places with multiple exits, places where there will be people who you can go to for help if it is required. You don't go there if you are anticipating or expecting to need to be rescued, because that's just not following the avoidance advice, but go to places where those resources are available should they be needed. And ultimately, if you don't do anything personally that you wouldn't be comfortable with one of your best friends or even one of your relatives doing, then it's not the thing that you should be doing. Okay? And really, it's only through accepting that these risks and hazards exist can we learn to navigate them. We've seen far too many examples of the assumption of safety, the Care Bears, the safety police, whatever they wish to call themselves today. You know what? I've been around for long enough to know that every single one of those group have fallen on their swords eventually. And there's been a scandal that's come out underneath it. The last round, nothing unusual compared to the rest, but that's just it. That's where it is. And most importantly as well, by understanding and looking for some of the grayer areas, again, very important from the risk management perspective. Anything that involves stranger scenarios, you're upping your risk massively. Yes, you're going to increase a level of diversity because you have no idea what's going to be coming through the door, but that's the game that you play. Grayer areas, riskier areas, non-public meetings, meeting people in hotel rooms or having hotel room keys available for third parties to pick up from reception. None of this is a particularly good idea. Obviously, the more risky and more out there areas of edge play, you know what, the greater the risk, the greater the due diligence that you need to apply. Obviously, consensual, non-consensual, where the whole point is you are agreeing to engage in an activity that may be done at an intensity or in a way that may not appear to be completely step-by-step negotiated in a classic screw the roses or Jay Wiseman type approach to kink. Total power exchanges as well, situations where you are relinquishing all power to another individual, huge grey areas that people don't want to enter lightly into. And equally on that aspect, any MS or DS dynamic where the scenes are not boundaried. So effectively a 24/7 type dynamic where again you've given up those rights and responsibilities. So really, like all activities, the understanding and learning from this particular slide is establish the basic skills before you start pushing the boundaries. And this works for both parties. dominants who overreach themselves are the ones that have accidents and develop bad reputations as a result. And equally, submissives who race headfirst in and engage in things that are beyond their depth are the ones that tend to bounce back and have less than pleasant times of it. So we have this personal responsibility in how we interact. And to be perfectly honest, until you find your feet, don't go diving into the more complex areas. Now, realistically, to me, this builds up a model that is a lot more complex than the binary flat model that we tend to see, because in my world, in my neurodiversity, I see patterns and pathways and overlaps in things almost like a kind of three-dimensional set of Venn diagrams where there is this intersectional overlap between people, or people may be moving in vaguely the same directions, and equally all of this can apply to one specific activity, or it could apply to a broad spectrum of activities. So if you think about this as we are all on our journeys from point A towards our destination, then there are people who are going to be moving in a similar plane to us. There are going to be people who are moving in completely opposite directions. There are going to be some people where there is a high level of synergy and overlap that's worth exploring, and others that appear to be going off in a completely different tangent. But if you think about this as how you are moving and how other people are moving, you are more likely to find that diversity that you are seeking, but also to some extent the correct set of interactions that will help you establish the best possible connections. So thank you for listening. Please don't forget, leave some comments, suggestions as appropriate in places on social media. I hope you're having a best 2021 that's possible. We are still looking at dates of when we can get back to you. Hang on in there. We'll catch up with you as soon as we can.
Are you a superhero? Are you fighting injustice in this world? Do you want to kick COVID's butt? Then grab a mask to outlast this pandemic. If you're into the themes of punk, fetish, gender fuckery, or neurodiversity, this is for you. Come, join the other misfits, freaks, and weirdos, and celebrate your own unique expression!
Hi, Graham from Affordable Leather Products here. If you're looking for a flogger that's something a little bit different, why not try one of our lovely red leather rose cat o' nine tails? Starts off with a nice soft thuddy impact, but builds up to a good thwack. Also looks absolutely beautiful. Alternatively, we have the heavy loop tail suede flogger, which is 1/2 kilo of pure thud. No sting, just a lovely deep down thump sensation. You can see them both and all of our discipline equipment on our website at affordable-leather.co.uk.
By the ashes of the loud, but all that stand the dust. Pushing plastic protein thrills, I never count the cost. Each your words and incantations, spoken lacerations. I repeat and I repent of leisure. Every sin I spend in pleasure. We're just the same in heaven's name. We are lost.
Big CD! Welcome to
Sorry about the abrupt transition there. It's one of those points in the studio where I can't quite get off one thing in order to get onto the other, but there we go. So we've come through to 5 o'clock, bit of a long one today. It's been a while since we've done a long session like this one, but I'm just about holding on. So it's time for some updates and news from me. He says if I can get my mouse to work. There we go. Let me just put a little background music on as well so that I don't sound as echoey in the dungeon today. Here we go. There we go. And voila, something a little bit quiet in the background. First of all, something to celebrate. We have a new stall. Welcome to Unchained Design. Details are www.unchained.design, a handmade chainmail company. So if there is a creation you're looking for, they are not available at any LAM events at the moment, A, because there aren't any, and B, at the moment, they're in the virtual store category, something that's very new to us. A couple of people have reached out and said, you know what, need a little bit of help promoting my small kinky business. You guys seem to be making some noise, keeping everyone entertained, so jump on board. So lots in store over the coming weeks, some special content being put together and something of a drop-in shop. So one to look forward to.
It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. It's a great day. That's what we say. Happy birthday to you.
Definitely incentive for at least some of you to wash your hands. So this is what the schedule's looking like at the moment on the 1st and 4th Sundays of the month. To replace the LAM and LAMchester events, we'll be coming at you with a replacement event from about 12:30 till 6 o'clock. That's kind of where we are today. And then on the 2nd, 3rd and occasional 5th Sundays of the month, we're going to be giving you a quickie, something to keep you entertained. You know what? Some people, it seems to be the thing that reminds them when Sunday is, because they get that ping, that notification, and therefore they know the week is about to reset. If that's the only service we've provided you for the last 45 weeks, then tip our hats to that one. But I like to think that we've given a little bit more of a space and a bit of a service, particularly with things like the book reading from Dirty Sexy Words. And one of the things that's coming up, I know it's something we'd normally like to be celebrating in a multitude of different ways, but guess what? Can't do that at the moment. That's not going to change the situation. Being pissed off about it, that's not going to alter it in the slightest. So let's just do a classic LAM, lean into this one. So what are we doing? Valentine's next Sunday. So a great opportunity. I'm going to do a latex lover special. So we're going to put together some workshops, visuals, updates, hopefully some competitions. We've asked other people outside of the LAM stalls, you know what, if you've got some content, you want to make some noise, you want to give some space, you want to shout out a message to other rubberists, then drop us a message, let us know what you want to do in that area, because quite frankly, we've come to the stage where you guys provide us with some content and we'll help you put it out there, because at the end of the day, 45 of these has been quite a lot to call upon. But there we go. Let me just get my mouse into the next slide. And here we go. And as promised earlier, it's time to do a draw for the LAM bonds. So let me click a few windows and get to where I need to be, because I need to be in the ticketing portal in the background on this one, which I've got to find out where the last tab I had open on that is. There we go. Let's just log in here. Voila, and here we are. We're in the bond section. Let me look at this quick summary. We have 197 bonds available. The prize today is 3 hours, either online or in person, when it is safe to do so. Personal tuition from myself on a range of kink and technical skills, entirely dependent on what you're looking to learn and what I'm prepared to teach, if that makes sense. But 3 hours of my time. And here we go, random number. Between 1 and 197. Whoo, that's made it easy. It's randomly picked 186. So let's go to the ticket list. Scroll to the absolute bottom of page 2 and go 10 up. Okay, I have a winner. I'm not going to read out your ticket number or anything like that. Let me just go to the order. Let me just pull out your Hotmail details, and that way I can confirm when I have sent a message. Here we go. Voila. And you're a winner. And let's just copy this through to Terry so he's got the details as well. Oops, it's not letting me type today. So there we go. If your email has just pinged, and your initials are RW, then you have one on the bond. So there we go. Let me just get back to my control window and move on to the next advert. And if you're looking for a place to connect with like-minded kinky people during the lockdown, then we've got a Telegram group chat running. Details up on the screen there. All you need to do is set your phone up, download the app, and connect away. Great place to swap stickers. But please don't forget, you know what? You want to have a conversation with people in the public area? That's awesome. It's what it's all about. You want to talk to someone privately? Ask publicly first. Get their permission, get their consent, be a decent human being. Because if I have to waste some of my time coming in to clean up the mess in that room, you know what? I'm not going to look favourably to you not reading the message that's at the top of the screen. Couldn't be any fairer than that, ladies and gentlemen. There's no excuses for not reading at this particular stage, considering we've had so long.
Are you a superhero? Are you fighting injustice in this world? Do you want to kick COVID's butt? Then grab a mask to outlast this pandemic. If you're into the themes of punk, fetish, gender fuckery, or neurodiversity, this is for you. Come, join the other misfits, freaks, and weirdos, and celebrate your own unique expression!
And also, if you're looking for somewhere to hang out while LAM Live is on, bit of a watch party, bit of a virtual munch, you know what? It's probably the most regular of all of the munches. Well, there was rumour of that legendary one in South London that was going not weekly, not daily, practically hourly. You know what? I think they were actually aiming for every nanosecond having a separate munch listing. But there we go. God bless some people. They do love that level of authority. One of the things that we're always keen on hearing from people and talking about is virtual peer kink. So we've got the domain virtualpeerkink.com. We're looking for the perfect platform. There are lots of good options out there for breakout rooms and social media. I went to a really good one, the Over 40s London Munching on the Schmoozle platform recently. That's got some potential. But one of the things that we're looking for is to find a sensible way of archiving this data along with it. One of the things that I know and appreciate is if we're going to build something and make it go big, we need to get that information architecture correct from the absolute start. Because if we've got to rely upon things being hosted on third-party platforms, then you know what, the whole house of cards can fall far too easily. So looking at options for doing that at the moment. If you've got those technical skills, please get in touch, because you know what, there's only so far I can lean before I actually fall over. I've done as well as I can learning live streaming and broadcasting, etc. But quite frankly, that whole Java malarkey, it's always been a little bit completely illogical to me. Give me a DNA sequencer, give me differential display, give me proteomics, some of the most complex subjects on the face of the planet. Yeah, no problems. I've even dabbled in growing rubies for telecommunications. But Java and back-end server applications, fry my noodle. My head just doesn't work that way. So if you're out there, you want to participate, give us a shout, get in touch, see what we can do. Equally, if you want to provide a workshop, then get in touch. One of the crazy things, even during the pandemic, we are paying people to generate workshop content. Either £50 in cash towards yourself, or you can have £100 in LAM cash. Why £100 in LAM cash? Because you know what? We've had people already who've said, I'll do a workshop. I'm looking for a prize for my good cause. And you know what? That's the kind of lean in I like to reward. And at the end of the day, we know that you're going to spend that money either on the door, at the bar, or with one of the traders. You know what? In this difficult time, you can even spend it with the traders remotely. Just collect the LAM cash, send it off to them with your order. You know what? Bit of old-fashioned postal system maybe, and away you go. Simple as that. So if there's some content you'd like to provide, it doesn't matter if it's something that we've covered recently or covered before. We're great believers that the diversity comes in the different people giving information on a similar subject matter. So you know what? I've probably had 15 or 20 different speakers and presenters on floggers over the years. And you know what? I'd probably have another 15 or 20 in the same time frame given the choice. But there we go. So I don't care if it's similar topics. I don't care if it's different topics. Obviously, the more unusual it is, the more likely I am to put it into the schedule as soon as possible. Talking of unusual, talking of awesome, F3 works. And again, a huge thank you to everyone who's participated in the bond drive through this difficult time. If you get yourself a bond, you can transfer it to a daytime entry from second event onwards, or after 18 months, you can just cash it in for LAM cash. Not a problem. Just helps us to reduce our cash burn through this difficult time, because quite frankly, there aren't many grants out there. We did approach the Arts Council, strangely enough, not that interested in supporting us. Means I might have to think about the next time they come round, rattling the can in my direction looking for support. I might have to just remind them when the shoe was on the other foot, but there we go. It's one of those, we live and learn. We didn't have much of a cash reserve going into this because, quite frankly, A, we didn't anticipate being shut for this long, and B, we work on the principle that what we generate, we disseminate into our community and do as much support with what we raise as possible.
down.
Well, that just brings me to the stage where I've just got to say thank you to the stalls from LAM in London, page 1, page 2, to the stalls of LAMchester, and to our new group of virtual stalls for your ongoing support. Just leaves me to say thank you for watching. Stay safe. We'll be with you as soon as we can. But until then, don't be a cockwomble. Stay indoors and absolutely no dogging on the way home. And to the person who likes to press the report button on Facebook, you came to the party a little late today, didn't you? We got away with so much more. But God bless. You know what? You haven't hit the LAMchester one now, but I do know for a certain that it's not actually the content. It's someone being a little bit of a malicious cockwomble. And you know what? In my experience, don't need to come looking for you. You'll out yourself. More than happily. So anyway, a special thanks to all of the LAM and LAMchester guests and crew, as well as the stalls for their messages and ongoing support. We hope you've had a fantastic replacement event today. We look forward to welcoming you back next Sunday at 12:30 for the next instalment of LAM Live. It's going to be number 46. It's getting a little bit scary. Almost as old as I am, chronologically anyway.